The following is a special presentation of TNN Sports. Good afternoon and welcome to New Hampshire International Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire. I'm Eli Gold. For the second time in 58 days, we join you from New Hampshire, shaken by the loss of a friend. 2 months ago, Adam Petty. This week, Kenny Irwin. An accident here Friday morning, claiming the life of one of racing's youngest stars at the tender age of 30. Most all of our pre-race coverage today will focus on this tragedy. We'll find out how the drivers are faring. We'll hear from the sanctioning body. We'll talk to the fans. We'll, in general, just bring you the feel of what is a very unfortunate weekend here in the granite state of New Hampshire. Dr. Dick Berggren, as per usual, is alongside. And Dick, one thing is for sure. It's been a very unusual day today. The atmosphere in the garage this morning, just downright strange.
It was eerie this morning in the garage, Eli. The crews went about the business of preparing for today's race with their heads down and their eyes focused on the job ahead. No jokes today, just thinking about whatever they could other than what happened here on Friday morning. Nuts, bolts, engines, setups, tires. These men lost one of their own, a friend, a brother, and they're dealing with it by turning wrenches and by racing. We, too, will focus on the race, but as we do, Kenny Irwin's memory will be on our minds.
Hall of Fame driver Buddy Baker is alongside. To say that this is a difficult weekend is an understatement.
Eli, it's very difficult for the crews, for the drivers, and every driver as he goes into this event today has Kenny Irwin in the back of his mind. Everybody thinks about it, but they realize they have a job to do today, and they'll do it the best they can, but they certainly won't forget Ernie Irwin.
Kenny Irwin was a fine young racer. When he came to NASCAR, he had a wonderful series of credentials that really heralded exactly what we expected he would become, and that was the NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. Kenny Irwin was an outstanding USAC star, but when he came to NASCAR, there was a learning curve. But trust me, folks, from his days in open-wheel competitions, sprints, midgets, Silver Crown, you just knew that victory lane was going to be the regular address for Kenny Irwin. Regretfully, in NASCAR Winston Cup, that is one career goal that will remain unattained. Let's go trackside now. Here's Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Eli. Just like everyone else down here, as I stand here, it's just really hard for me to believe that less than 2 months after the Adam Petty tragedy, that once again the NASCAR racing family is forced to deal with another loss of life. And like Adam Petty, just like you said, Kenny Irwin was one of NASCAR's brightest young rising stars on their horizon. He had a lot of promise, there's no doubt about that. In his days in USAC, he won 2 Rookie of the Year titles there. Then he came to NASCAR and won 2 more in the Craftsman Truck Series, and like you said, in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. It was obvious, evident, the amount of promise that that career held. Now, like you say, it will have to go unfulfilled. My thoughts and my prayers are with Kenny Irwin's friends and his family. We lost an extremely nice young man here on Friday. Here's Steve Burns.
Thanks, Glenn. It's so hard to know what to say because nothing we can say will bring Kenny Irwin back. You know, just a moment ago, Eli Gold referred to Kenny Irwin as a racer. Folks, that's the ultimate term of respect in this sport. Not to be called Mr., but to be called a racer, and that's what Kenny Irwin was. He was also a stand-up guy. You know, when he got in that 28 car, he endured some criticism. He never ducked the media. He'd always answer a question, always polite about doing so. Kenny Irwin was a racer, and he was also a stand-up guy, Ralph.
Whether he was putting the right rear of his midget in the cushion at Terre Haute or drafting at Daytona, Kenny Irwin was just that, Steve. He was a real racer, and he loved nothing more in this life than to do that, climb behind the wheel of a race car and give it everything he had. And he earned a great deal of admiration from his fellow competitors for that very reason. A lot of the drivers that you've talked to here this weekend, including names like Tony Stewart, will tell you he was the toughest competitor they ever faced. Some of the NASCAR Winston Cup drivers never got to see the full complement of what Kenny Irwin could do behind the wheel of a race car. Unfortunately, we won't have that chance. But for those of us who have seen Kenny behind the wheel doing what he did best, it truly was magical. Unfortunately, for now, the magic is gone.
When we come back, the reaction of other drivers to the passing of Kenny Irwin, and we'll spend time with NASCAR's Mike Helton. All of that coming up.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
There it is. Let's go.
On the left.
Want to get the coolest stuff in the world? Go to Miller's Get the Goods online auction. Find tons of cool stuff. Plus a chance to help a charity. Details at MillerGetTheGoods.com and wherever you buy Miller Lite.
Don't wait up.
Are you ready to see yourself as others see you?
I didn't know it was so gray.
Now escape that old gray look with new Just for Men. More than a hair color, it's the Rejuvenator. Just for Men shampoos away gray in 5 easy minutes and now has vitamins. It brings back a thicker, healthier look that's completely natural.
I like what I see.
Just for Men. More than a hair color, it's the Rejuvenator.
Look, here comes another one.
Everybody's going to Burger King to eat more beef and save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run. And what better way to eat more beef than with a delicious flame-broiled Whopper, especially now that you can get 2 for just $2. Think about it. 2 tasty Whoppers served your way for just $2? Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
Welcome back to the New Hampshire International Speedway. Some high clouds today, but 95,000 plus fans are expected, as per usual, for the ThatLook.com 300. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. You know, drivers are hesitant to talk about a tragedy on the racetrack, but at the same time, we all lost a friend, let alone a co-competitor. Ralph Sheheen had a chance earlier this week to talk with the drivers, and Ralph, everybody, in addition to that note of friendship, had a note of sorrow, certainly, to their voices.
Absolutely, Eli. You know, anytime you have the opportunity to watch a true craftsman work his specialty, it's incredible. And Kenny Irwin was absolutely an artist at his craft. We talked to the drivers about that.
I raced with Kenny for 9 years, and you know, ever since I moved down to the 3/4 midgets and the full midgets, he was the guy I had to race hard each week, and if I wanted to win the race, he was the guy I had to beat each week. So, you know, it's just one of those weird things. I mean, ever since we've moved into Winston Cup, I mean, every time I get a practice sheet, the first thing I do is look to see where he is and look to see where Bobby Labonte is. So, it's just hard. I mean, he was a great racer. I mean, in the 21 years I've raced, there was nobody tougher than he was. I mean, it didn't matter whether it was a midget on dirt or a Silver Crown car or a sprint car on pavement. It didn't matter. He was a contender to win every week, and you know, I heard a quote yesterday. That people thought that they hadn't seen the best of Kenny Irwin in a Winston Cup car. I agree.
We all think that the most important thing in the world is this racing, but it's really not. And this is a good example of why it's not. You know, it's a great sport. It's a competitive sport. It's great to watch. It's great to participate in. It is dangerous at times, and this kind of shows you that there are things more important than just racing.
There's nothing you can say that makes anybody feel any better. And, you know, and every time somebody brings it up to me, it's hard to think about.
You know, Eli, I had the opportunity to watch Kenny come up through the ranks of his racing career in open wheels and midgets and Silver Crown and ASA and trucks and Winston Cup. And he really was a master craftsman.
He was that, Ralph. You know, many people have asked, should you race in the aftermath of a tragedy? Should you not? It's an emotional issue. Mike Helton is NASCAR's Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer.
NASCAR is more like a community, and if a citizen of a community passes away, the community still has to go on. The lights have to work, and the water has to run, and life has to go on. your heart's not in it 100% necessarily, but it has to go on. And that's the way we look at our schedules. When it could have been that we didn't press on yesterday, but I don't know that would have made it any better. I think a lot of people, for the most part, just soon stay busy. But our procedures are to press on, and in cases like this. So it's not because we don't have a heart or a soul. It's simply because that we have a lot of responsibility. Everybody does in the garage areas to a lot of different people. And the biggest thing is that's what we do. We race, and that's what Kenny did. He races, and that's what Adam did. He races, and that's what we do. And it's a matter of I think in some people's mind, it's what's necessary is to press on.
Mike Hilton addressing all of this weekend's activities for NASCAR, the sanctioning body. When we come back, more driver reaction and Steve Burns' visit with Darrell Waltrip.
Please hurry up, Daddy.
We are so close.
Let's go.
We're almost there.
Now you there?
We are there.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I help you?
Go ahead, guys.
I want chicken McNuggets, please. And I want a Happy Meal, please.
Did you get all that? And a big extra meal, please.
This drive-through computer system is so we get the order right and you get it fast.
When will you be home? We love to see you smile.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Bubba, it's great hanging with you guys. I love you, man. But what about me? I love you too, man. More than me? No, man.
No, it's that whole wheat thing, isn't it?
You just love that sweet frosting, don't you? You're confusing me, man. I can't choose.
You don't have to choose sides. You can have it all with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat. Now in honey, too.
See, you do like him best. Chill, baby. I got you covered.
I'm Rusty Wallace for the new Goodyear Eagle #1 NASCAR tire. The only tire with the official NASCAR logo. Its aggressive tread design gives you traction for responsive acceleration and cornering. You get Eagle performance NASCAR style. Only from Goodyear.
There you go. Soccer Mom specials right there. Hey, Jeff. Timmy, Timbo, you like to make a lot of left turns?
I'm left-handed.
Me too, mi amigo. Check this baby out. This thing was born to take left turns. Oversized tires, roll bar. Check out that wing on top.
I like the wing.
Honey?
Hate the wing.
She hates the wing.
It's 2 nights of World of Outlaws Racing on TNN. We are back at New Hampshire International Speedway here in Loudon. The NASCAR Winston Cup team's going racing here on TNN in just a short while. You know, over the years, Darrell Waltrip has kind of become a spokesperson for the drivers on the NASCAR Winston Cup scene. Whether there's a rule that needs clarification or some heartfelt tragedy that needs explaining, Darrell is the man we turn to.
I think probably the fan, the guy at home, watching this on TV or that heard about what happened here with Kenny, I'm sure he's sitting there saying, how can those guys, how can they go back out there and act like nothing happened? How do they do that? And trust me, in this garage area Friday, people were walking around looking at each other like, how can we do this? How can we keep going? You know, Kenny was a great kid. We all loved him, and you know, I felt really awkward getting in my car and going out on the track because a kid had just lost his life in that corner over there. I had to drive down that straightaway right into that same corner. man, I'm checking my throttle, I'm checking my brakes, I'm checking my brain. What am I doing here? We have to learn from this. Let's don't sweep it under the rug and forget about it. Let's learn from it. Let's move forward. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. Let's look at the racetrack. You know, that's two times right in the same spot. Let's look at the racetrack. Let's be objective about it. Let's don't just let it go and say, oh, it's one of those things. Let's make some, let's do something with it. Let's show that out of respect for Adam Petty and Kenny Irwin that we're going to make some changes. We're going to look at this a little differently, and we're going to try to prevent it from happening again. From an old guy that's been in the sport for 30 years, that would give me some comfort. We're taking this thing, and we're not just avoiding it. We're not just hoping it'll go away, but we're saying, okay, we had a problem there, and we fixed it. That would give me a lot more confidence in the track and NASCAR and everybody involved. It'd give me a lot more respect for everybody involved if it was handled just like an airplane crash. Take the car, a panel of experts puts it back together. Here's what happened. The throttle hung in the floor mat, or the hot throttle hung in the firewall, or the throttle hung under the air cleaner. But something happened, and the throttle hung. There's plenty of people that saw it. So don't tell me, you know, well, we don't know what happened.
Darrell Waltrip, we thank him for his time as he sat with Steve Burns earlier this morning here at the New Hampshire International Speedway. When we come back, Dick Berggren with a tour through a somewhat subdued garage area.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sounds of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
I've got to have a Whopper.
And I must have a Whopper Junior.
Well, I need a double Whopper.
We have to save the chickens.
Chickens? What chickens?
Look, here comes another one.
Now that you can get 2 tasty Whoppers for just $2, you can save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run and eat more beef. Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
Welcome back to New Hampshire, everybody. As is part of our normal pre-race shows, Dick Berggren was here at the crack of dawn in the garage area for his report on the Dawn Patrol.
With thoughts of Kenny Irwin on their minds, the crews are coping as best they can by doing what they do best, working on the cars. Today, keep your eye on this one, number 55, Kenny Wallace. He was quickest in happy hour yesterday afternoon, scored his career best finish ever here in New Hampshire, a 2nd place in this race last year. He'll be quick today. Jeff Burton should be considered a favorite to win the race today. He has won this event 3 years in a row. But we have a new tire this time, and Burton's not been happy with the setup as it works with the new tire. So this morning, throwing a different setup underneath this race car. Will it work? We'll see. The Speedway's tight turns and long straightaways pose a unique challenge to the mechanics. The solution? Put a rev limiter in the ignition system. That gives the engine plenty of power to come off the corners, but not so many RPM that it's likely to blow up at the end of the straightaway. Those rev limiters, which stop it at about 9,000 RPM, those are the speed secret for this Speedway for today's race.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much. Hey, folks, a quick reminder, you can ride along live today with your favorite drivers by going online at tnnracing.com. You can experience today's entire 300-lap race from multiple in-car views, and you can listen in to the radio scanner talk. That is tnnracing.com, your exclusive and free online garage pass to the thatlook.com 300. New Hampshire International Speedway pays its respects to Kenny Irwin when we come back.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us. Well done, Demetrius. You have passed the test of fire and the test of great strength. Now, the final test. You must eat a Wendy's Classic Triple with cheese, biggie fries, and a drink. Only the most heroic can finish such a large meal. Nikos, it is too big.
Yes, what more than can make such a feast?
A great man. His name is Dave Thomas.
Man, no. He must be a god.
Wendy's Classic Triple, as close to bliss as a mortal can get.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
Now, as we rejoin you from New Hampshire International Speedway, let's go trackside and join the activities. The public address announcer here in New Hampshire is Al Robinson.
Ladies and gentlemen, please once again direct your attention to the presentation stage. Please stand for today's invocation and national anthem. And we would ask gentlemen to please remove your hats. Our invocation today will be delivered by Bishop Michael Cody, Auxiliary Bishop of Portland, Maine.
Let us observe a moment of silence for Kenny Irwin. Let us pray. Father in heaven, out of your infinite love, you have called us into being and sustain us daily. For this gift of life, which you have so generously bestowed upon us, we praise your holy name. Father, today we are especially mindful of Adam Petty and Kenny Irwin. Bless their families. Lord, may their loved ones be strengthened by the knowledge that both Adam and Kenny live with you in peace and eternal happiness. Father, look kindly upon your people who have gathered here for this NASCAR Winston Cup race. May they enjoy their stay and later travel in safety. Father, be present in a special way to the drivers in today's race. Give them your protection. Sharpen their skills. Keep them alert. Help them to use their abilities with foresight. May fair play rule the day, and in the end, may the best driver among them emerge victorious. Bless their families, Lord. Keep them always close to you and to one another. Finally, we thank you for the beauty of this day, for the good weather which we enjoy, and which is one more sign of your care for us. We ask all of this in the name of your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ the Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to our all-service color guard at the start-finish line as we prepare for the singing of the national anthems of Canada and the USA by Denise Doucette.
Oh, Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front essaie de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras sait porter les filles et sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh,
broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare that was bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Denise, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please direct your attention to the skies above Turn 1 in New Hampshire International Speedway. The KC-135 is from the New Hampshire Air National Guard and is flanked by two F-16s from the Vermont Air National Guard.
As soon as we come back to New Hampshire International Speedway, the ThatLook.com 300 racing from New Hampshire is next on TNN Sports.
What do you guys want to do?
Ask the guy with the big hand. He was right last time.
Try the double reverse option pass. You can't miss.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Hey, let's ask my wife. Hey, baby.
I think you guys make a good decision.
Hey, easy. My kid is right there.
Close. Real close.
Arizona and New England, Thursday at 8 Eastern on TNN. You're watching TNN.
You're in control with In Demand. Pay-per-view for the demanding viewer. You rule.
Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment is uniquely formulated and designed to protect your car's engine. Sure, Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment has its imitators. Hey, we're even flattered by it. Remember, the car you choose is your business. The way it runs is ours. Duralube Advanced Engine Treatment. Imitated, but never duplicated. Duralube, available at these and other fine stores everywhere.
The following is a special presentation of TNN Sports. Good afternoon, everybody. From New Hampshire International Speedway, I'm Eli Gold. For the second time in 2 months, we greet you from New Hampshire with heavy hearts. In May, we were shocked by the death of 19-year-old Adam Petty, and today we mourn the passing of 30-year-old Kenny Irwin. As no doubt you know by now, Kenny was fatally injured here on Friday while practicing for today's race. You know, as was the case 2 months ago with Adam, you search and you search for any understanding of why a vibrant 30-year-old has been taken from our midst, and as was the case with Adam 2 months ago, I at least can come up with no good answer to help ease the pain and fill the void that I know we are all experiencing together here today. As a NASCAR Winston Cup star, Kenny Irwin was just beginning to show his ability. The 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year had only made 87 career starts. He was just now beginning to post some of those statistics that we all knew he was so capable of. As a USAC Sprint Car, Silver Crown, and Midget champion, and then as a graduate of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, Kenny's previous racing accomplishments had truly become legendary. Seeing Kenny Irwin in victory lane was commonplace. Unfortunately, that's a sight now that will have to live on only in our memories. Needless to say, all of us here at TNN Sports, New Hampshire International Speedway, the entire NASCAR family extend our heartfelt condolences to the Irwin family and to each and every one of you whose lives were in any way touched by Kenny Irwin. Kenny dead at the age of 30. Dick Berggren is alongside. You know, this is a magnificent sport, but occasionally it's punctuated by a downright terrible weekend like we're having to endure here in New Hampshire.
Indeed, Eli. We all feel for Kenny's friends, his family, and his fans. They grieve today along with his crew. This is a family-owned and operated racetrack. The Bear family, Bob, Gary, Sandy, care deeply about their drivers, and they are terribly saddened, as are we. Today's race is tough on everyone who came to know Kenny Irwin, but with respect, the show will go on.
Buddy Baker, as per usual, on our telecasts as well, a Hall of Fame racer. And Buddy, regretfully over the years, you've experienced this, losing good friends on the racetrack.
Eli, far too many times. And, you know, when you start thinking about Kenny Irwin's accident, it is a tragedy, but it also makes everybody aware of the problems that they have with the cars, with the racetrack, and everybody's focused, and they're trying to find out ways to make sure this does not happen anymore. And hopefully, they'll make the racetracks a little safer, race cars a little safer, so we don't have to have these kind of shows anymore. Everybody here is thinking about Kenny Irwin.
Now let's go trackside. Glenn Jarrett, our senior pit reporter, joining us on the telecast this afternoon.
Well, thanks a lot, Eli, and it is indeed a somber mood down here, but during that, I'm trying to focus on the good things that I remember about Kenny Irwin, and that started when he first broke into the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Right away, he won a couple of races, and I thought, man, there's a kid with a lot of talent, a lot of promise. But then later on that same year in 1997, Robert Yates helped to put him in a David Blair Motorsports Ford for the Winston Cup race at Richmond in the fall. He not only qualified second in his first ever race, he went on to finish eighth, a truly remarkable feat for a guy in his first ever Winston Cup race. It was evident to me Kenny Irwin was a Charger. His heart was in the right place, there's no doubt about that, and now his soul is in a better place, and all we have left are memories of a really fine young man. This morning in church services, his former car owner, Robert Yates, summed it up best in a very emotional eulogy. Here are Robert's words. If we prepare for life by living with faith in God, then we will be prepared for death when it comes.
Glenn, I had the privilege of interviewing Kenny Irwin in Homestead, Florida when he won his very first Truck Series race, and I'll never forget the look of joy and exuberance on his face as he climbed out of that number 98 truck. He got to the Winston Cup Series and got in the 28 car. People expected a lot of Kenny Irwin, and he never failed to answer a tough question. Never dodged a single reporter. He was always a pleasure to be around. Now again, Kenny Irwin will be missed, and he was a young man with a lot of courage.
You know, to try to find the words to describe the feelings of the loss of emotions that everybody is suffering through here this weekend is virtually impossible. What's even tougher is to try to find the words to console each other, to find the comfort in what seems like a senseless situation. But in talking to the drivers here today, the toughest part for them now is going to be trying to find the courage that they need to summon up to drive for 300 laps here. Racing on a good day is a very tough sport. Today, Eli, racing is a brutal sport.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Now trackside, our Grand Marshal, great broadcaster Ken Squire.
In the memory of their fallen comrades, Adam Petty and Kenny Irwin. Gentlemen, start your engines and Godspeed.
about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. Take it. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick, only from Havoline.
Just when you think there's only so many ways to make a burger, we come up with something better. Now every order is made hot, fresh, right to order. So suddenly I'm not just making a burger. I'm making your burger. Makes all the difference in the world. How can I tell it's working? Yep, that's one yes. We love to see you smile.
You keep an eye on the websites your kids are looking at. You make sure your wife's cell phone battery is fully charged. And you haven't missed a day of work in 12 years. So it comes as no surprise that your auto parts are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
Cool cars. Cool boots. Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Hampshire International Speedway. Some high clouds, a nice little breeze, as you see. Temperature in the high 70s. We are getting set to go racing for the ThatLook.com 300. Let's take a look at the starting grid, sponsored by Big Kmart, where NASCAR fans race for savings. Rusty Wallace on the Bud pole, 7th time this year. John Andretti, 2nd front row start of the season. Mark Martin, 6 top 5s here at New Hampshire. Jeff Burton won 3 in a row here in July, wants to extend it. Ricky Craven, 2 NASCAR Winston Cup poles here. And Tony Stewart, who led 118 laps in July of a season ago. Kenny Schrader always qualifies well here at New Hampshire. You think this might be the day, Dick Bergman, when Schrader can get to victory lane?
Well, he sure needs a win, no doubt about that. It's been a long run, not since '91.
Rick Mast won a NASCAR Busch Series race here, and Ward Burton. Brett Bodine, his best start of the year 2000, going in 13th spot, and Ricky Rudd, the 1994 winner. Bill Elliott was 5th in this race last year. Jeremy Mayfield, 2 wins this season. Jeffrey Bodine and Jimmy Spencer, another guy, buddy, Jimmy Spencer, who used to drive for you, who's had good runs here at New Hampshire.
And he runs very well on a slick surface, which this racetrack is very narrow as far as the groove that you'll hear us talking about, the preferred groove. That's right around the bottom of the racetrack, right on the yellow line. He's good where the car slips.
Darrell Waltrip and Kevin LePage going 27th and 28th, second round qualifiers. Dave Blaney and Joe Nemechek, who won here last September. Mike Skinner, he was 5th here in 1998. Terry Labonte, he's banged up after the accident at Daytona, not feeling all that spiffy. Elliott Sadler and Chad Little are there. Scott Pruitt. There he is alongside Hamilton. Sterling Marlin, out of respect to Kenny Irwin, his teammate at Sapco Racing, did not qualify here on Friday. Sterling is in on a provisional starting spot. They just stayed away from the racetrack for the rest of the day on Friday, as well you can understand. Wally Dallenbach and Stacy Compton. Ed Berrier will go shotgun on the field. You also did see on that grid Steve Grissom, if you're not familiar. Steve, who was here yesterday for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race, subbing for Kyle Petty. And Dave Marcus, the only driver who failed to qualify for today's running of the That Look 300. If you're curious as to what that name means, as you see the weather here, That Look is a internet website that, well, can help you if you say, I want to look like that. I want that look. Little augmentation here and there. That Look is a website that can steer you in the right direction, and that's who's sponsoring today's race as we go green here in New Hampshire. Of banking in the corner. A flat 1,500-foot straightaway. Another 12-degree bank turn. And yet another flat 1,500-foot straightaway. Inside of Rusty Wallace to take over the lead.
Rusty looks back on the inside. They head off turn 2 there. Ricky Craven in the 50 car now fighting up and trying to take the spot away as they go down the back straightaway, trying to move into second.
And Craven, who was the guest of honor at the governor's breakfast here the other day, Governor Gene Shaheen of New Hampshire, honoring the racers and Ricky Craven. And here goes Craven for the lead.
Boy, you can tell his hometown here, Dick. He's really got his foot in the carburetor on that 50 car. Ricky Craven moving all the way up front.
Well, this is also his best racetrack by far, and he's got a terrific race car to run here today. He told me yesterday, we truly have an opportunity to shock the world, and indeed he would. He has only made 6 starts this year. 3 of them have ended up as DNFs, but here the media has been all over Ricky Craven. They believe as he does, he's got a shot to win this thing.
This is the first race that Ricky Craven has led since Martinsville in April of 1999.
Eli, as I get going around here, everybody tells me the car to watch today is this number 20 car right there. They tell me Tony the Tiger's going to be the guy to beat.
Well, he's got the best average finish of any driver here. He's only run 2 Winston Cup races, but his average finish in those 2 races, 6th, and he had a shot to win both of them.
But how about the guy we were just riding with there, the Exide Ford of Jeff Burton? As we mentioned, he has won the last 3 in a row in the month of July here in New Hampshire. 12, Jeremy Mayfield. 36, the yellow Ken Schrader car. Riding with Ricky Rudd. Squirrely there just a little bit off the corner, and it cost him. You see that?
Yes, I did. Ward Burton just made the move, and there goes. He's losing position after position. Once you get out there, you don't get the drive down the straightaway.
But here's what happened. Watch this.
Oh, he gets a little nudge there from Ward Burton.
Yeah, that's why he was squirrely off the corner.
And Ward gets the position. Put that one down in the notebook as something that works.
Field is settling down as he rides with Dale Jarrett now. He's in 14th position. He started 10th, so he has lost 4 spots here on the starts. But Ricky Craven pulling away by 1 2/10 of a second.
He is way, way out there. He said this racetrack has come to his rescue in the past, and it's liable to do it again today.
There's Tony Stewart making a move.
Caution, turn 4. We have problems for Terry Labonte. Boy, he did not need that.
No, he did not. He's got a broken foot already and got a lot of problems. Look at Chad Little, the green car there. Heavy contact by both cars.
So lap number 6, Terry Labonte and Chad Little in turn number 4. And you see Terry already limping after the incident at Daytona. He has the most DNFs, did not finish, of any driver here at New Hampshire. Terry has failed to finish 4 of the 10 events here at the New Hampshire International Speedway.
Boy, this is the second time he's been on fire here as well. The September 97 race, he was on fire. September 99, he crashed twice in a single race. And this is a guy that never crashes. Terry Labonte almost always brings it home whole.
Watch it again. Up there they are together. Look like they're going for the same piece of real estate from that angle.
Oh man.
Can't hit it much harder than that. And that's right at the part of the racetrack where both of them are trying to, as you said, get the same piece of real estate. Did not work out.
We'll watch it again. It was a mean lick.
And as you say, Terry Labonte didn't need that. He arrived here at the racetrack on crutches. The day after Daytona, he woke in the morning with his knee all swollen up. He went off to a doctor's office who x-rayed it and declared it broken.
Right,
He's
it was
driving with a broken leg.
Yeah, the tibia. That's that
Tibia,
big bone below the knee. He has bruised ribs. Jack Sprague from the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series was standing by in relief if needed. Clearly, that's not going to be the case. And, of course, for Chad Little, things keep getting worse either because, you know, Chad had announced at Daytona that he and Jack Roush would not be together next year. You see Chad is out of the car there. Looks like they put a little bit of a collar on him. Tough way to get things going here in New Hampshire. Caution early in the day.
This is the Firebird Trans Am. And it's very hungry. The muscle car lives. Firebird Trans Am by Pontiac.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Thousands of race fans braving the heat here to watch NASCAR's best try to conquer this track. And here comes our field.
Bobby Labonte showing the way into the final lap before the green. Tough luck early on for Jeff Burton with the Intimidator haunting his rearview mirror.
Everyone on their feet as the field enters turn 4 stacked at double wide. And our pace car finds pit road.
Down goes the throttle. Down goes the green flag. And this is what race day is all about, folks.
Kyle Petty nudging Ricky Rudd, giving us some early action.
Number 44.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal is around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
The first two retirees of the day, Chad Little and Terry Labonte, going to the garage area. Folks, quick reminder again, you can start your web browsers and go to TNNRacing.com and ride along with your favorite driver here at New Hampshire today. You'll be able to experience this entire event from multiple in-car views and listen into Radio Scanner Talk. That's TNNRacing.com, your exclusive and free online garage pass to the ThatLook.com 300. Watch again what happened.
Eli, they're already making contact right there. As they come out, they turn right into the wall. You see both of them hard contact there. When they hit, you notice the fire coming out of the 5 car.
Yeah.
What that is, that can be brake lines that are sheared, and also the fuel pump lines are sheared off, and that's gas and brake line fluid that catches on fire there. Everything's very hot underneath the cars, and it goes out pretty quickly.
There's Terry getting out. Again, remember, he already has that broken leg. And that does not help matters one bit. So, short day. You know, Gary Dehart was telling us in the garage area this morning how good that car was.
Yeah, he said it was real good in the center part of the corner, and that has been the argument that most of the guys have had with their cars. They wouldn't turn in the center part of the corner, and they had that worked out. Too bad he had that wreck so early.
Rick Mast with the hood up on the Conseco machine.
He had a good starting spot. Mast started in the 11th position, and he has run very well in the past here at New Hampshire. They were looking for a good day. Remember last September? We had 13 laps here.
course, Rick Mast, as we mentioned earlier, also one of those who had won here in the NASCAR Busch Series. But as we're under caution, it is local favorite Ricky Craven who's leading.
Make a big list because it's summer stock up dollar days at Big Kmart. Men's Fruit of the Loom Golden Blend Teas are 4 for $10. Lush Cannon bath towels are 4 for $9. Get this 600-watt Samsung microwave for only $49. 20-gallon Home Essentials totes are $4 each. This comfortable steel captain's chair is just $10. Scott 8-roll paper towels and 12-roll bathroom tissue are 2 for $11. Hurry to the summer stock up dollar days at Big K.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We could be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather. Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack. Where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat. Thanks.
You know, Robert Yates, Todd Parrott, the whole 88 team, they're not just people I work with, they're like family to me.
Families are real important in NASCAR. My father got me into it, and now it's my turn. Hey, can I borrow the keys to your car this weekend? No.
Families are great support, but I compete with my brother. So do the Burtons, the Wallaces, and we all want to win.
Hey, look, I love my brothers, but I'm not going to let them pass me on Sunday.
This is NASCAR.
Dad. No.
We are back under green by 1 lap here at New Hampshire International Speedway. Rusty Wallace now in second. Got a great jump bypassing John Andretti, 4-second spot, though Ricky Craven had the best restart of all to hang on to the lead as we now ride with the new look for John Andretti.
Jeremy Mayfield on the move by Mark Martin as they head into turn 3 there.
And he started 16th, Mayfield did, now all the way up to 6th spot.
This is one of his worst tracks. He has never led a lap here, never finished on the lead lap. Jeremy's got a lot to prove here today at the Hampshire Speedway.
Now running in 5th as you ride with Mark Martin, who is now back to the 6th spot. Mark says he is good on big flat tracks, but not short flat tracks, as you see a good 14th place battle right there. Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that red number 8.
Hey, Jeffrey was really fast in happy hour yesterday afternoon. Second quickest of all the cars. And this morning, Joe Bessie, his car owner, told me that he thought they really had a car good enough to win the race.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, you saw Bodine take that position from Earnhardt Jr. The reason was Earnhardt Jr. went on the outside of Dale Jarrett to try to take 14th from him. Earnhardt Jr. started in 26th spot. By the end of 5 laps, he had already moved up to 16th. Now he's still in 15th spot. Got a little damage on the left front where he got into somebody. But, man, he has got a rocket ship. That is the same car that he won at Richmond. One more thing I'll say before I throw it back upstairs. We commented about Rick Mast making a pit stop there under that caution. It sounds like they're talking about that he has dropped a cylinder in the number 14 car. Tough break for Rick.
So a tough break right now in the early stages for Rick Mast. There you see the spread from 1st and 2nd back to 3rd place, where Tony Stewart now has the spot ahead of Mayfield and Andretti. So Tony Stewart, this track might well owe him one. What do you think?
I think so. If you guys didn't see our broadcast last year, he had the race pretty well in hand, ran out of fuel with just a few laps to go, but this car was on the rails all day long.
And does that team ever have a great New England flair to it? Greg Ziffidelli, the crew chief, is from New Britain, Connecticut. The engine specialist, Chris Woodward, is from right here in New Hampshire. Tony Stewart's team engineer, Dave Rogers, is from Marshfield, Vermont. Jason Shapiro is from Essex, Connecticut. The tire carrier, Jay Barry, is from Connecticut. You get the idea. I think maybe they're destined. There's Rudd in the 28th. The yellow 36 is Kenny Schrader. They're battling for 12th.
And you were talking about Tony Stewart. They filled the car in Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you very much.
Got to throw that in.
Yeah, that's in southern Connecticut, isn't it, buddy?
But, you know, in all seriousness, we had talked about Tony and his crew chief, Greg Zipadelli. Greg has been involved with, he said it was either 6 or 7, he wasn't sure, but 6 or 7 race wins here in New Hampshire between the Busch North Series and the Federlite Modified Tour. So, in the for what it's worth department.
You see DJ hammering on Kenny Schrader? Schrader's just getting beaten up on the outside. That's not the first time he's been whacked.
Well, Schrader's fighting really hard right now, and they make contact. And Schrader got near the wall over there. He turned left, and they were...
Again!
Well, he wasn't getting off the wall there. That was just contact, period.
You expect to find out that Don King is promoting this one. The boxing promoter would have his hands full with these two guys. Live action in the upper left. Taped a lap ago on the lower right. There's one bump.
Yeah, that was kind of a hello, I'm here type bump. But over on the front straightaway, there was a lot more contact.
Well, you just know DJ's not running into him just to run into him. DJ's in the hunt for a championship, and you don't mess around under those circumstances.
Well, Dale Jarrett now falling back to a couple of spots there. Does not look like he's getting the forward bite he wants at this particular time. And don't worry about these guys dropping back a little bit, because when they make their first pit stop, they'll make a lot of changes. The racetrack is totally different today. It's very cool out. We have a cloud cover over the racetrack. Yesterday, the sun was out.
Let's go down to the infield care center. Steve Burns is with Terry Labonte.
Terry, you came in here banged up. What happened, and are you okay?
Not fine. I don't... The 97 was on the outside of me, and it looked like he broke loose or something and caught me in the right rear there. Kind of over from there.
Terry was as low on that racetrack as you could possibly be.
Yeah, and what he's talking about, that outside car just turned sideways and got into the right rear corner. When it did, it steered him up the racetrack and took both cars out.
Jeffrey Bodine holding off Schrader's challenges. That battle you see is the 13th on back. Jeffrey Bodine in the 60, Schrader in the 36, Dale Jarrett the 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the number 8.
Well, these two just like running each other, I think. They're back together again, Eli. Down into turn 3, he ought to be able to make his pass, but Schrader, he's fighting back as hard as you want to. Just behind him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the number 8 car there.
Look at how those guys are moving up. You saw that on the graphic. You've got to be patient here.
Well, here's no patience whatsoever in the number 8 car. He'll go in there as hard as he can hold the car down on the bottom of the track.
I don't think Schrader's big on patience right now either. It's been not only a long time since he's won, it's been a long time even since he has had a top 5 finish. Last top 5 for Schrader, September 1998. Here's a guy that's used to winning a whole bunch of races. He hasn't even won in a local short track this year, and he is absolutely frustrated.
But Ralph, the way he's running right now, maybe today is Schrader's day.
Well, Kenny's a fun-loving guy, Eli, as you can tell from the paint scheme on his car, if nothing else. And he just took his annual, what he dubbed this year as the Millennium Madness Float 2000 trip right after Daytona. He gets a bunch of his friends together in St. Louis, and they float down the river. Well, fortunately for Kenny, after getting banged around like he is today, tomorrow he's leaving on what he's calling the boys' trip. Kenny, the lawyer, the banker, and the tile contractor are taking off for St. Louis. From there, it's wherever the wind blows the party is the direction those four are headed.
Of course, the Winston Cup teams are off next weekend, while the NASCAR Busch Series and the Craftsman trucks go to Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Mike Skinner brings out the caution flag. Mike was running in 25th spot, and caution for the second time, lap number 28.
Speaking of frustrated drivers,
look at the left front, not even turning on that race car. Tremendous amount of damage to that car.
So Mike Skinner brings out the caution flag for the second time here today. And clearly, when you can read the words Goodyear Eagles, because the tire is not going around and the wheel's not going around, you have yourself some problems.
Eli, and that's the header pipes and the sway bar mounts and everything dragging. That's really tearing that car up even more as he goes around here.
And this has not really been a good track for Mike. He has finished 21st here. Then he did have a 5th place finish once, but then he finished 23rd here. And that car, the same one they used at Martinsville and at Richmond, hasn't finished better than 19th this season, that car, and maybe not today.
Boy, interesting strategy on pit road. Stewart and a bunch of others have come down. Usually it's follow the leader. This time, Ricky Craven and his crew chief were talking about whether to pit or not. Craven said, let's do what Rusty does. So they were watching in their rearview mirror. Rusty stayed out. They did too.
Let's go.
John Andretti is in. They're going to take 4 tires on this car. Now, the big change for him is that his normal front tire changer, Brian Winter, is not here. His wife is having a baby. So Ricky Thomas has come over from the 44 to change front tires for him. Hopefully, they'll get a good stop. They do, and he's underway. Glenn?
And we're down to Jeff Burton. He's brought the number 99 in for a 4-tire change, 1 can of fuel. They got plenty of fuel in it now. Just pouring out the overflow. All the other cars are going by, and he is down and away. So early 4-tire stop for Burton. He did not like the way the car was handled.
Steve Grisham exiting there. Stacy Compton in the 9 going out. Scott Pruitt has been in. Again, all of these stops because of this incident involving Mike Skinner.
You would have to think that he and Bobby Hamilton may have gotten together back up on the straightaway because both of them were slowed a lot, even though he was wrecking before he ever got to the corner part.
Mike Skinner has gone to the garage. That man, Larry McReynolds, he has a race win and a pole here as a crew chief back in the days when Ernie Irvin was his driver. Now he's got a long day of work ahead of him.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Who's asking about Viagra? Someone you might expect, and also someone that maybe you wouldn't. In fact, you may be surprised at who's talking to their doctors about Viagra. So ask your doctor if a free trial of Viagra is right for you. Who's asking about Viagra? Maybe it should be you.
I don't know, it's just so...
We're not sure about the whole flame thing. The flames intimidate the other cars right out of the way. Plus, it's a major chick magnet.
The ASA EC Delco Series on TNN.
Don't make them wait any longer. Six Flags Great Adventure. For more information, call 732-928-1821.
The Craftmatic Model 2 adjustable bed. This technologically advanced bed adjusts to all these relaxing positions at the touch of a button. Yet the Model 2 costs up to 56% less than all these quality flatbeds. Up to 56% less. Don't pay more to remain flat. Call toll-free to get complete free facts by mail about the adjustable bed that costs up to 56% less.
Call toll-free 1-800-480-4114.
Burton for LA West Luxury Vehicles. First in quality and the only choice for the Burtons.
LA West Luxury Vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS. Drivers, race teams, and race fans. The year 2000 Team Simpson Racing Catalog is now available. For more information, call 1-800-71-RACIN or visit the Simpson website at simpsonraceproducts.com and join Team Simpson today.
Welcome back, everybody. Under caution here at the New Hampshire International Speedway. Many teams have pitted. 11, however, chose not to make pit stops. Ricky Craven did not come in, nor did Rusty Wallace. Jeremy Mayfield didn't pit, nor did Ward Burton. Ricky Rudd stayed out. Jeffrey Bodine stayed out. So too Dale Jarrett. He did not make a pit stop. Others who didn't pit, Steve Park did not come in. We didn't see Mike Bliss on the pit lane, Darrell Waltrip, or Ed Berrier. So those 11 drivers chose to stay out. Everybody else pitted at lap number 29.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what those two-tire stops do for some of these teams. Yesterday in the truck race, this man, Bobby Hamilton, led about 3/4 of the event without changing any tires on his truck. Of course, eventually he went out with a flat tire, but that was debris-induced. And with those stale tires, Hamilton was able to not only maintain the lead, but he could keep anybody behind him that he chose to keep behind him. These tires are terrific. They don't give up.
Hey, look, buddy, you were right, I think. You were talking about he and Skinner probably getting together.
Yeah, you see the tire mark right there on the corner of the right front. And when you touch there, that probably set it off there.
Steve Burns has caught up with Mike Skinner. Steve?
Eli, Mike Skinner's helping the guys work on this car. Mike, what happened? Can you get back out?
I don't know. They're going to try to. This is off a good race team. If anybody can put this thing together enough to just go out and get some Winston Cup points, these guys can. You know, I'm sure it was an accident. I think the 4-car might have got loose or something. I don't really know what happened. I just know I got tagged, and, you know, I know Bobby wouldn't wreck us on purpose. It was just one of those racing deals. Sad deal for the Lowe's Chevrolet today. Had a little better car than we thought we did, and we qualified bad. I was going for it, and I slipped a little bit qualifying, but the car was moving up through the field, and I think we're going to have a pretty decent day, but we'll get out and try to get some valuable Winston Cup points and a little bit of recognition for Lowe's and Sylvania and Chevrolet and everybody else. Thanks, Mike.
Mike Skinner, a drop snout car. He said for him, he wanted a drop snout car here. Easier to drive on the flat track. He likes the balance. What is a drop snout car?
Just what you said. The snout is dropped. No, what it is, the right front, it changes the roll center on the car. It makes it get more bite on the front part of the car. It's a change of the pediment up front.
Hey, folks, coming up next weekend here on TNN, the greatest show on dirt travels to Eldora, Ohio for one of the biggest weekends in sprint car racing. Check out the Pennzoil World of Outlaws battling the Eldora Clash on Friday night. Then Saturday night, it's the prestigious Kings Royal. Both races start at 9 o'clock Eastern and Pacific. That is next weekend right here on TNN. Getting set to go back to green, wrapping up our second caution.
Ready. Ready. Green, 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 green.
That red number 50, Ricky Craven, for the 5th time in his career, leading a race in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series here in New Hampshire. See the NASCAR timing and scoring rundown in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, brought to you by NapaOnline.com, where everything great about Napa is now available online.
Boy, I'm watching Jeremy Mayfield up at the front as we look back at the cars going by. Jeremy Mayfield has called Rusty Wallace now, and he's all over the back of that car.
We better not spin it out because those are team cars. Better be nice to Rusty. Hey, credit where credit is due. That 50 car of Ricky Craven, that is one of the more underfunded cars. They don't have a big sponsor. In fact, the sponsor is the folks who own the race car team. And to do what they, oh, here comes Mayfield. And to do what they're doing today, to lead all these laps, is pretty spectacular. That's a tiny little team. If you want to cheer for an underdog, there's an underdog in the lead right now.
And so far, that underdog, Ricky Craven, has led more laps today than he has led in any race since October of '97 in Rockingham, when he led 139 laps and finished 3rd. There goes 12th place. And they're further back. Well, no, I thought Stewart would get around the 25 of Nadeau.
He did.
He will.
It was a matter of time there. When Tony Stewart in the 20 car has fresh tires on, let me tell you, he's a killer. And it only gets better as he starts to, everybody else starts wearing their tires down and using up their fuel. They lose grip. That 20 car stays pretty much the same.
A lot of grip on the racetrack here this weekend. As you see the swap around at 4th place, Jeffrey Bodine grabbing the spot from the 22 with whom we are riding now. That is Ward Burton.
Jeffrey's another local hero. Did most of his racing that put him to Winston Cup right in this neck of the woods. Won races in New Hampshire and Maine and Connecticut. He was a big star in New England.
And, of course, his native upstate New York.
Not the most liked driver when he ran modifieds in this area. In fact, they disliked him enough one night at Seekonk. Some of his competitors tried to turn the truck over to express their displeasure.
They never liked the guy who wins all the time.
Well, that was the problem. He won too much, and he wasn't the most social person at the time either, because his head was always in that race car.
43 Andretti inside of Dale Earnhardt. They're scrambling for 19th as you watch it from the view Robert Presley has.
Earnhardt goes in the corner real hard, but Andretti just motors right on by him. Now he's got to work with Robert Presley just behind him. Somebody is doing very well. Brett Bodine in the 11 car. It looks like since he's got the new crew chief, really has turned around for Brett Bodine.
Just joining us, Terry Labonte and Chad Little, involved in an accident on lap 6, sending both men to the garage. Mike Skinner into the wall in turn 1, lap 28. He, too, is in the garage.
Well, that's an interesting shot.
And, you look for the banking. They say there is 12 degrees of banking in the turn.
Yeah, where's the back?
You're hard-pressed to find it. I guess technically it's there right up against the lip of the wall.
Yeah, I think if you put all your marbles together at the top of the turn, you could keep all your marbles together at the top of the turn here.
That's for those of us who haven't already lost their marbles.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see what Joe Nemechek is able to do. A winner here last year.
Doc, let's do this the easy way. Let's go. I'll do miles an hour and you RPM. Coming off the corner there, 127, 139, 45, 50, 58.
And he got right to 9,000 RPM.
That's probably where the rev limiter cut in. It's interesting. You stand in the turns here at New Hampshire and you listen to those rev limiters and you hear the motors go pop, 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 pop. What they do is when the engine gets to a certain RPM, you can put a computer chip in there that tells you what RPM. The engine just won't turn any higher than that.
About 158 miles an hour, though, going down towards the corner. That's really swift.
On basically a quarter-mile straightaway.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, up front, Ricky Craven continuing to show the way. Still early, but he enjoys the view from a lead of 0.6 of a second.
They're calling you. The places you want to be. The things you want to do. But you're not going to get there until you finish this stuff. That's why there's True Value. We get you in and out fast with just what you need for the job. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Surface contact, 190. Dive! Big Brooks,
Winnebago Industries, the official motor home of TNN Sports. For information on Winnebago Industries products or the Winnebago Motorsports team, call 1-800-643-4892. Chase Authentics is the authentic trackside apparel of NASCAR. Authentic racing apparel you'll find on hot drivers. Chase Authentics. Communications provided by Racing Radios, the leader in racing communications worldwide. Call us today at 1-800-669-1522 for all your two-way needs for race teams and scanners and headsets for the fans. And at the track, see TrackScan on Vendors Row for all your on-site scanning needs.
Welcome back. Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Ralph Shaheen. We're all with you here at New Hampshire International Speedway. 48 laps complete. Ricky Craven continuing to lead. You watch Rick Mast in the number 14. He is back down in 37th spot. Had made that extended pit stop that we had talked about back on lap number 11. Meanwhile, Steve Burns has a story on the pit lane.
in the garage area. Just wanted to update Chad Little, who was involved in that accident with Terry Labonte on lap 6. He has been transported to a local hospital here in Concord, New Hampshire. However, it's just for precautionary measures. They took off the neck brace that you alluded to earlier. He feels okay. They're just going to do some precautionary measures. Also, their crew chief, Jeff Hammond, is not here this weekend. His father is seriously ill back in North Carolina. To Ralph Shaheen.
Well, we have found the problem for Rick Mast. It was this right here, spark plug. A.J. Foyt and far over took a look at it and said, looks like it just wasn't firing. So it took them 4 pit stops to get it changed. He is back out on the racetrack and is starting to make his way up the field a little bit, Eli.
Well, you certainly hope so, because after a while, A.J. just fight through that race car. It's been a trying year for the Conseco team.
Oh, boy, they really have had a rough year.
And they've got good people.
Yeah,
too.
they do. They do. But listen to these statistics on that team. 7 DNQs, 2 DNFs, best finish 20th with 3 drivers, 2 crew chiefs, and 2 team managers. How much frustration can anyone take?
And if you're new to the sport, DNQ means they did not qualify for the race. DNF means they made the race but did not finish.
Yeah, but you know what? You stick with it, and you can have a day like Ricky Craven is having, and he stuck with it. Would have been so easy for Ricky to have turned his back on this sport when things weren't going well, but he just hung in there, hung tough, and he's still leading.
He had that post-concussion syndrome, you might remember. And buddy, unfortunately, but you can comment. You've had injuries of a similar ilk. It can really take, let alone your career away, it can take your confidence away if you're even lucky enough to come back.
Absolutely, and the first thing he did, that when he really got where he understood what was going on around him again, he called me and said, I need to talk to you. He realized that I'd been through that same thing, and he said, how did you fight back from it? And we talked for quite a bit on the airplane, and I tell you, I said, are you 100% sure you're well? And he said, I'm not sure. And I said, then you're not well, because you know it's just like somebody turned the switch on. All of a sudden you're normal again, and you know it.
Well, Ricky has led all but 2 laps here today. We've run 53, as you see. He's led 51 of them. Our pole sitter, Rusty Wallace, led the first lap, and John Andretti led lap number 2.
Eli, the cars right now have been on these tires long enough that the balance is beginning to show up. Rusty Wallace's car now looks very, very strong as he's closing in on Ricky Craven. Craven's car is beginning to kick out just a little bit right there. And Rusty Wallace's car right now has momentum coming up out of the corner. I look for these guys to get into a pretty good tussle here pretty quick.
I think it's interesting to note, though, that of the fellows who pitted on lap 29, they have not been able to progress to the front past about 8th place. That's where Tony Stewart is situated right now. There you see 3rd place, but those 2 tires have not been a big story.
And that's well, it's going to be a big story by the end of today, because what it has proven is that used tires are almost as good as brand new, and Stewart's the only guy in the top 10 that changed tires. Everybody else is still back there, proving the importance of track position in comparison to fresh rubber this afternoon.
Now, Jeremy Mayfield a while ago was on the march towards the front. You see him losing position right there to Ward Burton. Here comes Dale Jarrett looking on the inside. And when I say the balance goes off, that means the front wheels are losing traction, or the rear wheel, or the whole car is beginning to slide out.
56 laps in. Still, Ricky Craven is the race leader while you watch this battle. Back for 5th spot. And Glenn, it's still hanging around a couple, 3 car lengths for Craven.
Yeah, Eli, he's been able to hold on pretty well. This is his crew chief, Greg Conner. Greg, looks like he's starting to lose a little bit of grip, but you've run about 55 laps. What's Ricky saying about the car?
Right now, he says the car is pretty good. He really likes Midwest Transit Chevy. We started the air a little bit different so we could get a really good start. I think Rusty was a lot lower than we were. So right now, he's as quick as we are. Whoever's in front is going to have an advantage. If Rusty gets by, it'll be tough in there.
Greg, how long before you have to pit?
We're looking between 80 and 90. Gas, we're not really sure. We made some changes, but probably around 85. We made short pit to try and put a little pressure on some people that didn't stop.
Okay, guys, that means he's got about 30 more laps. He's hoping for a caution, and he's also hoping it ain't him.
And I tell you something else, Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 is by far the quickest car out there. I've watched him run the 2 leaders down. He's got that thing dialed in very well. And he is a master of setting the car up himself. So working with his crew and all. Look for Jeffrey Bodine to be an answer here maybe today.
His last lap of 127 miles an hour was quickest of everybody on the speedway. The fans are here, a comfortable day in New England. Hope you're enjoying wherever you're tuning in.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sound of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
NASCAR drivers Ken Schrader and Laura Sett have teamed up for Federated Auto Parts.
We depend on a team of trained NASCAR professionals for performance and safety.
And that's not easy. Every car and every track is different. Some of the drivers are different too, that's for sure. If you're looking for top quality name brand parts and professional service you can trust, look for a Federated Car Care Center near you. Just look for the Federated Car Care sign of distinction.
If a replacement windshield isn't installed right, you could have a slight leaking problem. So go to PPG ProStar Certified Technicians. They're professionals who do the job right the first time. For auto glass repair or replacement, call 1-800-PPG-7011.
When you want a Wendy's Classic Double with cheese, you want one. I'd have made the same choice. It takes you to Hamburger Bliss.
There you go. Soccer Mom specials right there. Hey, Jeff. Timbo, you like to make a lot of left turns?
I'm left-handed.
Me too, mi amigo. Check this baby out. This thing was born to take left turns. Oversized tires, roll bar. Check out that wing on top.
I like the wing.
Honey?
Hate the wing.
She hates the wing.
It's 2 nights of World of Outlaws Racing on TNN. Shortly after the top of the hour, we went green here at New Hampshire International Speedway. Ricky Craven took the lead on lap 3, but the race was slowed at lap 6. Terry Labonte and Chad Little found the same piece of real estate and then the same piece of wall. Caution 2 came at lap 28. Mike Skinner spun off into the number 1 corner, sending him to the garage, and you are up to speed, except we've got a battle for the lead as Jeffrey Bodine and Rusty Wallace and Ward Burton will all go around to the inside of Ricky Craven.
Can we add another one? Dale Jarrett dives to the bottom. He loses 4 spots in 1/2 the straightaway.
So Jeffrey Bodine, the first race he has led in his 7th start since coming back at Richmond International Raceway after that horrendous accident down at Daytona during speed weeks of this year. And this is the 3rd time that Jeffrey Bodine has led here at New Hampshire International Speedway. And when he has run and led here, it has not been decisive because combined in those 3 efforts, he had only led a total of 22 laps at this place.
Eli, in 1 lap, Ricky Craven went from 1st to 7th spot. That's how tight these guys are running right now, as Tony Stewart is making a move towards the front in the 20 car also, right behind the leader here, Jeffrey Bodine.
And Jeffrey Bodine needs a good run as well. This morning I talked to Joe Bessie, the team owner, and he said there is a definite schism in this team, no question about it. They are absolutely on the edge. Power team is gone at the end of this year. They have got to have some good finishes should they be able to attract a sponsor for next year. Bessie said today could be a real big day for this team. Indeed.
Hey, Ralph, who would have thought after that Friday afternoon in Daytona back in February, we'd be talking about that guy leading a race?
Eli, it was one of the most horrific incidents any of us had ever seen in that racetrack. Unfortunately, Jeffrey Bodine lived through it to race another day. Jim
got it. What kind of shape is it in right now? How long can you go before you have to pit here?
Within the next 20, 25 laps, but we're good to go. Car's perfect.
Eli, these guys will be more than happy to have us hanging around their pit the rest of the afternoon.
I'll tell you, we're going to have some fun with this race today. I mean, there are so many drivers who are really running well. And, of course, there are others who aren't. We'll update you here shortly on Dale Earnhardt Jr. We're watching Jeffrey Bodine, but I will tell you that Earnhardt Jr. has backslid all the way to 29th spot. So we'll check on that situation for you and bring you up to speed as well. There is 4th place. Jarrett in the 88, Tony Stewart grabbing the spot.
Now that's what you call points racing. Dale Jarrett just backed out, let Tony Stewart go right on by. He realized he ran him down from a long ways back. He just moved over. Now Ricky Rudd's making a move on Dale Jarrett. He'll do the same thing. Ease out the throttle, let him go. He'll make adjustments on the next pit stop and be ready to go.
Riding with Ricky Rudd. You know, Jarrett is not pitted yet, and normally here, I was going back on some of the notes from the previous 10 races here, everybody seems to make fairly significant chassis adjustments on their first pit stop here. This place has always been tough early in an event.
But, you know, even in the garage this morning, Eli, there were very few people that were throwing a lot of different chassis adjustments into the race cars. It seems as if whatever people unloaded with is pretty much what they're running. The racetrack as such seems to have settled down a little bit.
Well, we've got cloud cover. Temperatures are fairly comfortable.
You're right, Eli. And Jeffrey Bodine apparently is a great guesser because he has now lessened his lead to about 4 seconds.
And over the man we're riding with right now, Jarrett, the lead is nearly 6 seconds. Robin Pemberton, Rusty Wallace's crew chief, says, don't worry, guys, it's still early.
This is me, and Mom, and Dad, and Sparky. And here's how hot our house was last summer, until a nice man called Brian came with an air conditioner. He said it has Puron, which will make the planet happy. And soon they're going to stop making the old air conditioners, so it'll save us money, which means more toys for Sparky, and maybe a trip around the happy planet.
To see how you can save money, call Bryant to the rescue.
Well, it's nice to see you all. It really, really is. Isn't it, honey?
Oh, yes. We must do this more often.
Thanks for coming.
Where will you find the money to pay for long-term care? Conseco Long-Term Care Insurance protects you so you don't lose your nest egg. Conseco, step up.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
NASCAR Passing by Team Monte Carlo.
Come on, man, go, go, go. You're never going to get by anybody with this car behind us. Go. The big hell on the right. Let's go, go, go. Blah, blah, blah. What you say? I guess my 7 NASCAR championships are clogging up my ears, huh? Now, here, there's 2 ways to do this. There's my way and the wrong way.
Want to be like the Earnhardts?
Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
TNN Sports live coverage of the ThatLook.com 300 is being brought to you by NapaOnline.com, where everything great about Napa is now available online. And by Team Monte Carlo, the cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there. Welcome back. Your race leader, Jeffrey Bodine. He now leads Tony Stewart, who going into turn 3 seconds ago shot to the inside of Rusty Wallace and grabbed second spot. And again, only Tony Stewart, of those who took on tires during that pit stop in lap 29, has been able to make his way to the front. Meanwhile, we had mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr. a short while ago. There he is. He's got a little cosmetic damage to the left front of the automobile. And the reason why was because of some battles on the racetrack. Watch this. Wow. Pardon me, coming through.
Scrub. Wally Dallenbach.
Now, Steve, after that last caution, Earnhardt Jr. restarted in 28th, but he's not been able to improve at all. What's the deal?
Eli, I just spoke with Tony Eury Jr. on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s race team, and he says the car is extremely tight. Keep in mind, when this race started, it was extremely sunny, very bright, and now we're under cloud cover. We've heard several teams complaining about being tight with the clouds.
There you see the battle that's ongoing there, middle of the field. 8 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Ahead of him is Bobby Hamilton. Right behind him is Steve Grissom, who is subbing for Kyle Petty here this weekend at New Hampshire International Speedway.
Big wiggle by Junior.
Now, that was not tight. That was loose right there where the back end jumped out. But what Steve Burns was talking about is when you have a car that's extremely tight like that, it means it's getting a tremendous amount of forward bite in the middle part of the corner. Real wheels pushing the front out.
We're going to start seeing some pit stops pretty soon. Darrell Waltrip has just pitted. Jeffrey Bodine's radio has just told him 4 more laps. We want to see you in.
We're at lap number 81. The car's just not getting any kind of a...
No, I think he's got a little problem all over the way there. The 8 car there is losing grip all the way around the racetrack.
Don't forget, folks, TNNRacing.com is online and ready to welcome you onto the World Wide Web. You can ride along with your favorite drivers, experience everything that's going on from the in-car views, and you can listen into the radio scanners and everybody monitors here at the racetrack. TNNRacing.com. It's your exclusive and absolutely free online garage pass to the ThatLook.com 300. All right, now off turn 4. Ricky Craven is making his pit stop. So Ricky Craven comes in as you watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. There's Craven. He will stop at lap number 83. Again, this is scheduled. He did not come in when many of the leaders pitted at lap 29. The 11 drivers who did not pit at lap 29, Glenn, will be coming in now momentarily.
Yeah, the tire rolled away, but the guy caught it. Now he's coming back, and it gets away from the guy along the wall. They did make a significant chassis adjustment. There will be a 4-tire change. The car had gotten very, very ill running on those old tires. He is down and away about 19.9 seconds. That's a little slow by today's standards, but for this crew, just being together for the first time, running up front, not a bad stop at all in the green.
Now, as you heard Dick Berggren say, if they stick to their plan, Jeffrey Bodine will be in either next time or the lap thereafter. We're riding with Ward Burton, who is making his pit stop now at lap number 85. And Glenn, you've got an eyeball on him.
And this will be a 4-tire change as well for Ward Burton. His car had also really lost the handle. I tell you guys, after looks like about 60 laps, the handle really goes away on these cars. Everybody was crying for tires and wanting some adjustment made. They're on the left side of Ward's car now. He is down and away. Here's Ralph Shaheen.
Second gear at 4,500. That's what they're telling Jeffrey Bodine. Carl Moore will go to work on the front tires. On the rear tires, see Lance Curto. Everything obviously very good with the handling of this race car. Not making any major changes to the car, just making sure they get fuel and tires and a good, solid stop. Of course, for the green flag pit stop, you don't want to lose too much track position, so a solid stop is what you need. There's a little trouble with the left rear, and he is away in 17.9, but a little trouble with the left rear.
The pit stop has handed the lead to that driver, Tony Stewart. He comes in back on lap 29, took his 2 tires, so he stays out now as Jeremy Mayfield is in at lap number 87. Again, all of these drivers, these 11 who are making stops now, did not pit back at lap number 29. Rusty Wallace is due in. He peels off the racetrack now. And Rusty Wallace will come in to make his pit stop. Again, these are scheduled, and they are coming under the green. Glenn?
Yeah, Robin Pemberton and the whole crew are waiting on Rusty. They're going to make a slight air pressure adjustment on the car. Rusty's car has been pretty good. He's been good from the get-go, as he racetrack. Wow, were they ever quick on the right side. I'm telling you, Billy Wilburn on that the front tires there is about as good as anybody I have ever seen. Rusty is down and away in about 15.9 seconds. Great stop under the green.
Dale Jarrett comes in now. As you see him grinding to a halt. Also in for service is Mike Bliss. He is about 5 pit stalls behind Jarrett. Only folks who have not yet pitted are Steve Park. Wow. And also having not pitted, Ricky Rudd and Ed Berrier.
What a stop by Jarrett, 15.7.
Well, it's the old Rainbow Warriors, and they click them off every time.
Here comes Steve Park. We had told you he had not yet stopped. He is in now. Lap number 90 is when his stop is taking place, almost 1/3 of the way in. Let's see if everything is routine for the Pennzoil team. Ricky Rudd is stopping while we watch Steve Park. Rudd peels off the racetrack.
He was running in second spot when he peeled off the racetrack there to make his stop.
So we have cycled back around as Ricky Rudd is in. Ralph?
Well, Norman Kashimizu getting the gas in the car. They go with the second cam now. No chassis adjustment to the 28 of Ricky Rudd as well. They clean the grill off, and he is away. A 16-1, a very solid stop. But he lost his drink bottle. He had pulled a drink bottle in that slid out the passenger side window and is sitting in the middle of pit road.
But as now everybody has come in for service, Tony Stewart is the race leader. Bobby Labonte is second. Then Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Jerry Nadeau.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
I've got to have a Whopper.
And I must have a Whopper Junior.
Well, I need a double Whopper.
We have to save the chickens.
Chickens? What chickens?
Look, here comes another one.
Now that you can get 2 tasty Whoppers for just $2, you can save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run and eat more beef. Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
Blanchard car is handling great. It takes the lead. Incredible.
Moog chassis parts make any car feel high performance. So choose the chassis parts that drive NASCAR champions to victory. Moog, now with M2 technology.
Why is football played in a small arena so exciting? Because you have a better chance of sitting next to the quarterback's hot wife.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. No.
Arizona and New England, Thursday at 8 on TNN.
Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
When you need a new driveway or a driveway repaved, call Henson Paving, your local leader in paving. You've ridden on their work, you just might not have known it. Henson Paving can resurface your existing driveway or build one from the dirt up. All driveways are installed with the same care and attention to quality that we give our biggest contract jobs. When you need paving, think Henson Paving. When you need a driveway, there's only one place to call, Henson Paving. Look for us in the white pages. Henson Paving, making things go smoothly for over 30 years.
Welcome back, everybody. Tony Stewart is the race leader in the number 20 machine. We have just wrapped up green flag pit stops for the drivers who did not pit at lap number 29. Stewart now has a lead of 8 seconds over the number 2 man on the racetrack. That is Bobby Labonte. There is the Interstate Batteries machine. He also came in for tires back on lap number 29. So it's an 8-second lead, technically 7.3 seconds right now as we ride with Bobby Labonte and the Interstate Batteries Circuit City onboard camera. to go about 3 seconds further back, and we have caution on the speedway. Jimmy Spencer, lap number 99. Caution for the third time as Jimmy Spencer brings out the yellow.
Eli put the window net down to let the corner workers know he's okay.
So no sooner had all the pit stops been completed than Jimmy came out. One thing we will tell you is while you were gone, Bill Elliott came in for service on lap 94. Bill made an unscheduled stop, taking on 4 tires under the green. So if you're a Bill Elliott fan, he is now running back a lap down in 38th position. Bill had pitted at lap 29 and came back at lap 94 for 4 tires. Tough break for Spencer, too. Remember, Jimmy was 9th here last July. Had a good race here at New Hampshire 1 year ago. So we are under caution. Track cleanup taking place right now as Spencer is in the wall between turns 1 and 2 here in New Hampshire.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Log on for millions of replacement parts, top brand names, performance parts, accessories and gear, even hard-to-find parts. Or just hang out with other wrench heads. With wrenchhead.com, getting the right part is a snap. Are you a wrench head?
Out here, time is money. Big money. Some days I just need extra equipment. Dozers, trenchers, even the small stuff. These guys aren't going to wait around. I can't wait. So I call Nations Rent. They got what I need. They get it here when I need it. It's newer. It works.
Nations Rent carries New Holland, backhoes, and skid steers.
I got no time for excuses.
Nations Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
Gentlemen, a moment of silence in honor of Bob. Bob, a good friend, a good man, whose time had come. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
First, get a designated driver. Next, grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Excuse me, our car broke down. Can anyone give us a ride home?
Back later, guys.
Oh, thanks.
Bye, Bob.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That can zap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Havoline.
Please hurry up, Daddy.
We are so close.
Let's go.
We're almost there.
Now you there?
We are there.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I help you?
Go ahead, guys.
I want chicken McNuggets, please. And I want a Happy Meal, please. Did you hear?
Did you get all that? And a big extra meal, please.
This drive-through computer system is so we get the order right and you get it fast.
When will you be home? We love to see you smile.
Cool cars. Cool boost.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Coming up next Sunday here on TNN, the ASA drivers make their first visit to Chicago Motor Speedway. Should be quite a challenge for these teams that have never seen that racetrack. It's a new 1-mile track, kind of shaped like a paper clip. Long straights, tight turns. Don't miss the USAMeets.com 200. That is next Sunday at 3 o'clock Eastern and Pacific, right here on TNN. There you see Jeffrey Bodine. He has just stopped on the racetrack for 1 lap. The reason was for this little incident, and we'll explain it for you. Here he was trying to come to the stripe to what he thought would be a chance to get his lap back from race leader Tony Stewart. And it looks to you and I like Jeffrey Bodine beat him to the stripe. And he did, except when the caution came out for Spencer, Jeffrey Bodine had already taken the yellow a mile earlier. He was just coming to the start-finish line the lap prior when the caution came out. So he had already taken the caution, as did Michael Waltrip. So NASCAR is not penalizing Jeffrey. When they made him stop for a lap, they were just getting the lap back that he had gotten on the field. So Jeffrey Bodine is fine. He is still a lap down, though, in 26th spot. Meanwhile, Jimmy Spencer, he took a pretty mean lick into the wall, and here's what it looked like when he got out of the race car.
Yeah, you can see him favoring the left leg there, and what happens a lot of times, you'll have that on your left leg on the brake pedal when you hit the wall, and it'll dislocate it when you hit.
And they had to help Jimmy to the ambulance for the ride to the infield care center. There you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. after his pit stop. And there's Michael Waltrip. He now has stopped for the mile while the field comes back. And Michael, just like Jeffrey Bodine, had already taken the caution flag once before coming back around to try and get a lap back. And Glenn, I guess neither Michael nor Jeffrey in the heat of the day realized that they had already taken the yellow once.
Well, I'm betting the other way. I bet they did and thought they could get by with it. And that's exactly what I would have tried to do, too. However, let's put things the way they are now. With Michael Waltrip, Jeffrey Bodine, and these cars here, Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, Ward Burton, Steve Park, Bill Elliott, all those cars are lined up in front of Tony Stewart right now. They're all the guys that pitted off sequence. So they are actually at the tail end of the lead lap. They will restart the race in front of Tony Stewart. They were on pins and needles out there hoping that the pit stop for Tony and all the rest of the field cycled around before the caution came out, but it did not. So they're out in front of Stewart now, but they are on the very tail end of the lead lap. There were three other cars that were in that position too: Rusty Wallace, Ricky Craven, and Jeremy Mayfield. However, those three cars stopped during this caution period for right side tires, so they're at the tail end of the lap, solidly a lap down. Boy, things are mixed up right now.
So we get a 1-to-go signal now as Dale Earnhardt Jr. is back in again at lap number 106. There's Michael Waltrip, who kind of got going again too quickly.
Now we really get screwed.
Well, you heard the comment from the racing team. NASCAR, and we'll tell you more after we remind you about NASCAR.com, your online 24-hour garage pass. Want to get all the news about NASCAR, scoring, all the latest info? Log on, as we all do. NASCAR.com. They'll bring you up to speed. You heard the comment from the team saying that they didn't agree with the ruling. Just to pass along to you what's being said on the NASCAR radio, which we all monitor in our right ear while talking to you guys. David Hoots, who is the Winston Cup race director, not the series director, Gary Nelson, but the man who actually runs the race. He has said, please tell the 7 team that we will show them the video after the race is over, that they did get the caution flag prior, just as the accident happened. And he said, it's not an arguable question. We have the verifiable proof, and certainly when the day is done, they'll go in and look at the video and show it to the team. But
I'll tell you, NASCAR doesn't make many mistakes. They really, really don't. They know what they're doing with this stuff.
Especially when you're staring at a TV monitor, as
yeah, that helps.
As everybody has been. All right, going back to work here. Now remember, the 20 car on the outside, about the 5th car back, there's your race leader, Tony Stewart. Then Bobby Labonte is 2nd, Nemechek is 3rd, Nadeau is 4th.
All those guys out in front of him are hoping to hope that there's a caution flag right about now so they can get back in this ball game.
Well, there's a lot of cars right now that's going to have to run harder than they want to stay ahead of the 20 car there, Tony Stewart.
Boy, Jarrett did not have a good work through that corner there. That car really loaded up on him, and he had to woe it down.
Look at the mess the leader is in. Tony Stewart in that orange number 20 is your leader. Cars all around him.
And the guys he is going by right now, he is basically putting them a lap down.
That is why they're fighting so hard. Craven, who led so many laps in the 50 car, wiggles in the back end, just trying to keep Tony Stewart from passing him.
And he's going to do it for the moment. Now watch again with the live action in the upper left. Watch the right-hand portion of your screen. Look at Jarrett right there in the middle. You see him? Makes it 4 wide there for a quick second. He gets on the brakes. Look at Steve Park in that yellow number 1, having to just calm down and get things settled.
John Andretti, your outside pole winner, is in the pits. Unscheduled stop for John Andretti. Hood going up.
So all of this action on the track at lap number 109, and indeed, John Andretti having problems. The green number 18 and the number 6 of Mark Martin. Labonte and Martin, they are battling for second spot. Number 3, Dale Earnhardt, he's running in 6th place now.
I noticed he was pushing and shoving a little bit himself there in that heavy traffic, trying to get by his own car there. Steve Park, the yellow car, just behind him.
I'm amazed Earnhardt is running this well. That car has been absolutely rotten all weekend long. And one of the practice sessions, he was 42nd out of 44 cars, and they just have not been able to make it cut through the corners. At 8 o'clock this morning in the garage, they still didn't know what they were going to do to fix it. But obviously they have.
Steve Burns, what's wrong with Andretti's car?
Eli, we're outside the infield care center waiting on Jimmy Spencer, and as John Andretti entered pit road, we can hear that he had at least lost 1 cylinder. The motor sounded just awful, and now they have the hood up.
So behind the wall goes the Cheerios entry. That's a battle for position there on your screen, folks. 33, Joe Nemechek. 3, Dale Earnhardt. That's 5th and 6th place.
Earnhardt should make the pass, but the outside groove is beginning to work on the high side. But you can see right there when he picked up the throttle, the 2 cars running basically. Nemechek will pull back now. But down into turn 1, this shouldn't be a race anymore.
Right at 9,000 RPMs, where it tops out. Now, because of all these guys who are a lap down and so on, we'll set it for you again. The 1 car, Steve Park, is not in that mix. Steve is in 32nd, 1 lap down. Only the 3 and the 33, Earnhardt and Nemechek battling for position there, and they're going for 5th and 6th.
Got a good memory. Remember back to the Busch Series race here in 1992. Nemechek, Earnhardt battling for the lead. And in the very late stages, Nemechek beat him and won. Not today, Earnhardt got him.
If you wanted to know how to take advantage of a good place there, you see Earnhardt just move up a little bit and take the angle off it so Nemechek couldn't turn, and he went right by him.
So that's a good battle right there. Race leader, though, is still that orange number 20 of Tony Stewart, trying to put the others around him a lap down. Hey, folks, you can enter TNN's Red Wing Shoes Work Hard, Win Big sweepstakes, and you could be a winner. Just tell us the position of John Andretti's car at the halfway point of the race, and you can win the final grand prize trip to a NASCAR Winston Cup race aired here on TNN, or 1 grand prize Dodge Ram. It's easy to enter. Just go to your local participating Red Wing shoe store for an official entry form, or send your name, age, address, phone number, and the answer on a postcard to the address you see on the screen. Or if you'd like, you can enter online at country.com. It's TNN's Red Wing Shoes Work Hard, Win Big sweepstakes. Right now, John Andretti is behind the wall in 39th spot, while the King looks to see how the other cars from Petty Enterprises are doing.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And the celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
Let's see. Maybe hornworms? Could be whiteflies? Are those Japanese beetles or aphids? Oh, I don't want to know them. I just want them gone.
Try Ortho Bug Be Gone, Pete.
Bug Be Gone?
The one spray that kills virtually every harmful outdoor bug.
Every bug?
Guaranteed. Even insects others don't.
The bugs have gone to heaven.
Got bugs? Leave it to Ortho. And only Ortho has Lock and Spray. So now applying Bug Be Gone is even easier.
Who's asking about Viagra? Someone you might expect, and also someone that maybe you wouldn't. In fact, you may be surprised at who's talking to their doctors about Viagra. So ask your doctor if a free trial of Viagra is right for you. Who's asking about Viagra? Maybe it should be you.
If anybody watches these NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series races, they'll understand what trading paint is.
We definitely do a lot of bumping and rubbing with 5 to go.
It is the very best racing car, side-by-side competitive racing I've been going.
Once the green flag drops, there's no friends on the racetrack.
I come in and race against these guys, and they kick me, they run over me, they tear the sides off my truck.
The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. This is NASCAR.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
TNN Sports live coverage of the ThatLook.com 300 is being brought to you by Mobil 1. Nothing outperforms Mobil 1. Welcome back to New Hampshire. Caution is on the speedway for rain. Caution is on the speedway for rain. This maneuver right here is for Tony Stewart to try and put Ward Burton a lap down and keep him there. They are coming to the caution flag. That's not the battle for position. Ward is trying to stay on the lead lap out of turn number 4. He is going to be able to do so. To the Infield Care Center. Jimmy Spencer is out of the infirmary. Let's get an update.
Yeah, thanks, Eli. He just limped out. Jimmy, what happened? Tell us about your leg.
The KMO car was running really good, Rich, and you know, just no warning. The tire went down, ran over something on the racetrack evidently, and you know, I wasn't knocked out or nothing. I just was hard on the brake, and it slammed into the steering column. I couldn't feel nothing for about 30 seconds. It scared me. And my knee's fine. Kmart car, I feel bad for my guys. We worked hard. I really feel like the Kmart team is going to have a top 10, top 5 finish today. Car was awesome. Unlucky for us today. Jimmy, Trina, I'm okay, baby. I'll see you in a little while.
Thanks, Jimmy. Let's go to Roush Shaheen. Well, John Andretti is inside talking to the other side of the window where the king is, Richard Petty, his car owner. John, any idea what happened to the engine in this car? Did you have any indication it was going to go sour on you?
Couldn't quite hear what you were saying, but early in the race we started having a misfire, and it's disappointing. Things happen, and we had a good car, but who knows where we would have stuck out at the end. So I'm pretty happy with the way the team's worked, and done a great job. Just one of those unfortunate situations.
The engine is being worked on pretty fiercely right now, and the rain is going to benefit these guys. Eli will give them a few slower laps to try to get things fixed if they can.
You see on the onboard cameras just a few raindrops, but if you're not familiar with this sport, you know that you may not know that there is no tread at all on these tires. Obviously, that's a very elementary item for many of you who follow the sport regularly, but you see Rusty making the stop, a wet racetrack and slick racing treads, or slick racing slicks, if you will. did not make for a good combination.
Eli, all these cars right here made up that lap that they were about to go down. Now they are at the back of the field, so they have nothing to lose. Come in, get fresh tires, fuel, go back out.
Let's go to Glenn.
Well, you're exactly right, guys. And Ward Burton just came in and made a 4-tire change. And I'm telling you what, guys, he's my new hero. He did one whale of a job in holding off Tony Stewart to go that lap down. I'm telling you, that was an awesome display of driving. On the outside lane, that's pretty hard to do when the guy's got fresh tires on you, and you're battling, and you're in the outside, and the leader with fresh tires on the inside. But great job of these guys. They got him down and away. A little bit of trouble. Here's Ralph.
Bobby Labonte has decided to come down pit road and take 4 tires, Glenn. They had an absolutely phenomenal stop last time at 15.3. Going to work now on the left side here. Everybody watching the skies. The rain continues to fall, and this one's just a little bit slower, 15.8, but another very solid stop to crew the number 18.
Now, as you can see, it's a very light rain that is falling. If you could keep the race cars on the speedway, the heat that comes out of the header pipes will do as much in keeping this track dry as will anything.
Yeah, and you can see the clouds. They're kind of broken there. It's not, a solid overcast where you're going to have a downpour, I don't think. But the one thing I do want to talk about, Jerry Nadeau, what a great drive he's had today. He's in second spot right now. And I tell you, anybody that was in Charlotte this year, watched him win the Open there and move on into the Winston itself. He did a great job in there, was running second there. He just did a great job, and his crew chief, Furr, told me, let me tell you something, this guy is the star of the future.
He is a native of Danbury, Connecticut, calls this track his home track, and his experience here includes 3 wins in the Skip Barber Pro Series, including one from the pole back in 1995.
Make a big list because it's summer stock-up dollar days at Big Kmart. Men's Fruit of the Loom Golden Blend Teas are 4 for $10. Lush Cannon Bath Towels are 4 for $9. Get this 600-watt Samsung microwave for only $49. 20-gallon Home Essentials totes are $4 each. This comfortable steel captain's chair is just $10. Scott 8-roll paper towels and 12-roll bathroom tissue are 2 for $11. Hurry to the summer stock-up dollar days at Big K.
Double with cheese, you want one.
I'd have made the same choice.
It takes you to Hamburger Bliss.
Davis drops back to pass. He's got Mitchell. Oh!
That was my lamp.
Mom always said, don't play ball in the house.
Arizona and New England, Thursday at 8 on TNN.
In Oz, most are just trying to get to the next moment.
Cop something just to make them feel good.
But a little something soothe your wounds. So they can get away from the sobering reality.
I hate you.
Fine.
The prison is on both sides of the bars.
At Gene Lotta Ford Buick, we do whatever it takes to let you know.
Completely satisfied customers are our guarantee. You see, we guarantee it. That's why our new project, construction project, we guarantee our dirt. There you go, it works out. Completely satisfied customers are our trademark. We guarantee it. That's as good as it gets.
Welcome back, everybody. See the rain now beginning to intensify on the onboard camera for Mark Martin and the Valvoline Cummings team. So we continue to circulate under the yellow with Tony Stewart as the race leader. Let's go over some strategy here. We saw leaders come in at lap 101 through lap 105. Then at lap 125, we saw a number of the leaders come in. Then Bobby Labonte waited to lap 126. What was Jimmy Maycar's strategy on that kind of a call? Let's go down to the pit lane and find out. Ralph?
Eli, I'm sitting here with Jimmy Makar. Okay, the guessing game now. What was your strategy thinking to come down and pit then as the rain begins to fall?
Well, actually, it was a screw-up. we got talking too much about how much rain was coming by the guys watching the rain on the radar, and didn't get an opportunity to call them in the first time. We wanted to pit the first time and get right side tires because the race isn't official yet. We know we'll be going back either later today or at another date. So we just screwed up and didn't get on pit road early enough the first time. And then once we did that, we figured we had nothing to lose by getting 4 tires, setting ourselves up in a position to maybe take 2 later on. So.
Okay, but this could work out in your favor if it does go back to racing. This could all cycle back around, and then you could be in a good position, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we needed to come in that time to get tires anyway. We just missed the opportunity by 1 lap, lost 6, 7 positions by doing it.
See what a buddy am? I tried to give you a chance to save your face a little bit there. Glenn?
And the cars that he lost those positions to, Ralph, are the 2 of Rusty Wallace, 11 of Brett Bodine, 28 Ricky Rudd, 94 Bill Elliott, 60 Jeffrey Bodine, 88 Dale Jarrett, and 22 Ward Burton. Those were the guys who were at the tail end of the lead lap. As soon as the caution came out and the pit road was open, those guys, when they made up their lap, they came in and got fresh tires anyway because they were going to be at the tail end of the field, so they weren't going to lose anything. Those are the only positions that Jimmy's talking about that he lost there was to those guys right there. Here's Steve Burns.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. We're over at the NASCAR trailer, and a lot of the race teams have come over here to look at the weather radar. It's cycling through right at the moment. Jack Roush was just here looking at the screen. I said, Jack, what do you think? I'm not a weatherman. He said, I think we're going to get a lot of rain. It really is a big system. As you can see now, it's just, here's the racetrack as the computer is starting to cycle through. You can't see it that well, but this is a large green front right here. Racetrack's here, a large front.
And that's unfortunate. The weather guesser up here in this area had said that we would have rain, but late this afternoon into the early evening and late evening hours. And clearly here it's only 20 minutes of 3 Eastern time. Roger Penske not bothered by the few raindrops that are falling up on the roof. You might have seen, well, you just saw a gentleman walk by there. You got a glimpse of the back of his head. That was Wayne Aughton, who was the series director for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And in addition to having observers all around the track and, of course, the pace car driver, Wayne was outside there trying to find out exactly what the situation was like to get a good gauge on how bad it is raining. They are going to throw the red flag here. NASCAR has just decided to throw the red flag, and that is the running order at this moment. There are a grand total of 31 cars on the lead lap. So your first 31 that you'll be seeing will be on the lead lap. The remainder are at least 1 lap down. They are going to cover the cars, bring them down the pit lane. We will cover our cameramen, so we won't bring them down pit lane.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Cool cars. Cool boots. Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Who's asking about Viagra? Someone you might expect, and also someone that maybe you wouldn't. In fact, you may be surprised at who's talking to their doctors about Viagra. So ask your doctor if a free trial of Viagra is right for you. Who's asking about Viagra? Maybe it should be you.
Wagner brakes make any car feel high performance. Yep, they're Wagner brakes. So choose Wagner.
from the world's leader in brake pads.
Whether you drive the family truck or the number 21 Citgo Taurus, when you pull into the pits, your neighborhood Citgo has the fuel you need to fill your tank and keep you going.
Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a moment ago, actually just 48 seconds ago, the red flag was put out, and it is not a heavy rain. NASCAR, as a matter of fact, is going to ask the drivers to stay right at their cars. They will allow them to get out, as you see. Tony Stewart there. You saw Johnny Benson. The King is going back to the garage to check on John Andretti's machine, though the word is that they have withdrawn that one from competition today. Many of the drivers are just going to sit in their cars. Others, as we say, will just get out and stand by the machines. NASCAR hoping that this is a very short caution period. There's Sterling Marlin and the Coors Light entry. We're only 19 laps shy of halfway, but NASCAR is not going to just go around and run 19 miles under yellow and call it a day. They owe it a whole lot more than that to the fans who have bought their tickets.
Yes, the race fans, they bought a whole ticket, not a half one.
Well put.
We've had an awful lot of rain lately. Michigan
really
rain shortened, and then we had the Pocono rain. And
the Busch Series had 2 rain delays last week in Milwaukee.
Yep, and now rain here. But, of course, this is New England, and it does rain a good bit here.
Greg Zipadelli, a New Englander himself, is going to take a moment to unwind here and see what the rest of this afternoon has in store.
We'll get Glenn Jarrett to get you a rain suit because Mr. Berggren here rode his Harley in this morning.
That was smart, don't you think?
Of course, of course. And it was kind of you to ask if I'd like to ride back to the hotel with you. I don't think so.
Thought I'd see how that would work, Eli, on the back of the bike.
Too much rear weight, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Let's go down to the pit lane and join the bench racing that's going on. Glenn?
Well, bench racing or on-track racing, Tony Stewart's still leading either way. Boy, you got an awesome car. I know you had to see this rain, Greg.
Yeah, we did, at least for another 20 laps or so. I don't think we've been happy to see it. Tony's done a good job. He likes coming here. I like coming here. It's kind of like coming home. And we've had a good car here last year and haven't been able to close the deal. And I don't know, now the rain just throws another curveball in there for us. But hopefully we'll be able to get back racing and bring that Home Depot Pontiac to victory lane.
Well, I made a statement a while ago. I have to tell you, I have to own up to this about when the terrific battle was going on. Ward trying to keep Tony from getting or putting him a lap down. And when the caution came out, I came on. I said Ward was my hero. And I know he really wasn't your hero, but you know what would Tony have done differently if you had been on the other foot?
Yeah, I mean we wanted to put him a lap down because they were holding us up and we wanted to go and lead. And but I understand what they were doing, and I wouldn't expect anything different. And we were kind of being cautious. We didn't want to get ourselves in a situation. And we didn't want to get Ward in trouble. It was some good, clean racing, and they got their lap back. Hopefully someday it'll play in favor. We'll come back our way, you know.
It always does, guys. One more thing about this team. The normal spotter for this team is Mark Robertson, and Mark is not here this weekend because his wife, Melanie, was injured in a diving accident in a lake near Richmond, Virginia. So today, Gary Plattenberger is spotting. So Tony's got a brand-new spotter. I tell you, Tony and Gary doing one whale of a job. Here's Ralph Shaheen.
Well, we're standing over here with Jerry Nadeau, who's having a very good run. Jerry, tell me about your car here today. It seems to be working very well. What changes did you make to find this speed today?
It's not bad. I mean, the MichaelHolgan.com car has been running great since the beginning. You know, we just kind of been biding our time. We had 2 awesome pit stops. That last pit stop was just amazing. We came in 8th and came out 4th, and I got on the outside, and the car was awesome. You know, past Bobby and Mark Martin. And then got up to Tony, and I saw Tony and Ward Burton battling there pretty hard. I know Ward was trying to stay on the lead lap. But man, it's a neat little racetrack for the first few laps. It's real slick, but the guys did a good job. I don't know why they just didn't run 18 more laps, call this thing. And I mean, it's been a tough weekend, and I think everybody just wants to get out of here.
How much will this rain make that slick condition you were talking about 3 times worse?
I tell you what, you know, we've been loosening the car up as we got along, but in the beginning of the race, when the track was real green, the track was wicked loose. I mean, there was like no grip at all until maybe you laid down some rubber on the track. And it's going to be, I tell you what, it's going to be, I'm waiting to hear what's going to happen.
You know what, Glenn? I really like talking to Jerry Nadeau. This is a good driver when he holds the umbrella for the broadcaster.
It's not that way down here. I'm with Sterling Marlin. He ain't holding nothing for me but a big smile. Man, what a charge from the rear of the field. I know you had to enter today's race with a lot of mixed emotions, Sterling. I tell you that. It's been such a tragic thing, the loss of Kenny. And I guess the best thing for a race driver is to get out there in your race car and race.
Well, it is. You know, our prayers and thoughts with Kenny's family, and it was a tragic deal. I mean, I was probably the last one seeing him going out the trailer and getting a race car to go practice. So, you know, we thought about it all weekend, and it would be good if we could put the Coors Chevy in Victory Lane. We sure would like to. We got a good car. It's real good on the long run. And this ain't over yet. Look like maybe over today, so we'll keep trying.
Okay, congratulations on a great run so far. Our thoughts and prayers with you and the rest of the Sabco team.
Well, we're with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale, I was talking to Tony Eury Jr. while we were still, you know, racing, and he says you were awful tight. Tell us about your race car.
We just pushed in the center and pushed real bad coming off. Left front tire ain't on the ground. We got to get some right rear spring or some rubbers in the right rear to get the left front down, get the car back. It's going around the corner, picking up the left front, and the right front just starts giving up after a while. But we had the car handling pretty good in practice, and but with all the other series running here, it's kind of thrown us a curveball. We're really not experienced enough to deal with the changes of the track and the way the track changes, and it sure changes a lot here.
Dale, you're still a young man. Has it been difficult for you to focus on racing, what with the tragic passing of Kenny Irwin?
Yeah, you know, I kind of had some, I kind of been around Kenny in the past and knew him pretty well, probably not as well as most people around here, but it's going to be tough to deal with for a while. You know, you don't like to see that happen, especially as often as we've seen it.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you.
An emotional Dale Earnhardt Jr. here in New Hampshire. The rain now beginning to fall a good bit harder as in NASCAR parlance. We're starting to lose the racetrack. The track is now becoming rather wet as we are under the red flag in New Hampshire.
This is me, and Mom, and Dad, and Sparky. And here's how hot our house was last summer, until a nice man called Brian came with an air conditioner. He said it has Puron, which will make the planet happy. And soon they're going to stop making the old air conditioners, so it'll save us money, which means more toys for Sparky, and maybe a trip around the happy planet.
To see how you can save money, call Bryant to the rescue. You keep an eye on the websites your kids are looking at. You make sure your wife's cell phone battery is fully charged. And you haven't missed a day of work in 12 years. So it comes as no surprise that your auto parts are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
The biggest news in motor oil since motor oil.
Let me show you something that really surprised me. Look what happened to the other leading motor oils after a 128-hour test designed to simulate severe driving conditions. But this is newly formulated Pennzoil with Pure Base after the same test. I'm no mechanic, but I know which one I'd rather put in my car. These, I don't even know what I'd do with these.
For protection so strong you can see the difference, get newly formulated Pennzoil with Pure Base.
Still got athlete's foot?
Don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max. One Desenex Max has more curing power than 3 of these guys, or these guys.
Athlete's foot.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max.
Look, here comes another one. Now that you can get 2 tasty Whoppers for just $2, you can save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run and eat more beef. Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
What do you guys want to do?
Ask the guy with the big hand. He was right last time.
Try the double reverse option pass. You can't miss.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Hey, let's ask my wife. Hey, baby. Did you guys make a good decision?
Hey, easy. My kid is right there.
Close, real close.
Arizona and New England, Thursday at 8 Eastern on TNN.
Well, it's the latest in rainwear. The giant hefty bag. But regretfully, we're having to see it today. We are under a rain delay. The red flag came out 10 minutes and 16 seconds ago as the rain shower moved in just, 18 laps shy of halfway here in the event. The race leader, Tony Stewart. Let's go downstairs and get a thought from him.
Well, he's just relaxing on top of the cooler right now. The last time the rain fell in Michigan, you ended up in the right place at the right time. How about today? How tough is it going to be to repeat that, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm still thinking about just running 300 laps and trying to win a 300-lap race. You know, we can't predict or control what's going to happen with this rain, but, you know, we got an awful good car today. So, you know, we just do the best we can, and, you know, there's some good cars right behind us, and that caution helped a bunch of guys, too. So, you know, we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Well, you know, I don't like to pick on you too much, so tell me a little bit about this most popular Bachelor of the Year award you got for the magazine.
No, I was in the top, in People Magazine's top 100 most eligible bachelors, I guess. But I got a little blonde girl sitting back in my bus that says otherwise, so she keeps me pretty good company. But you know, we want to say hi to Mark Robertson and his wife Melanie. She just got out of surgery. She was paralyzed this past weekend, so we're thinking about her, and you know, we're all missing Kenny this week. But you know, we're just kind of wait this weather out and see what happens here in a little bit.
All right, hang in there. I know it's a tough weekend for you, Glenn.
Thanks, Ralph. I'm up here with Robert Presley, and first thing I want to say is you guys had a pretty good qualifying run. I think you started 21st, and great run so far in the race. You've moved your way up to 6th. Robert, what's been the difference in the turnaround in this race team?
Oh, it's just preparation of these race cars every week. You know, Ryan and all them guys have done a great job. I mean, our shop guys are doing a good job. Everybody is, and it's making it easy for me to drive these race cars. I mean, I enjoy this right here, and it ain't nothing I've changed. It's just the race cars we've got now.
For those of you that don't know, the Ryan that he's talking about is his new crew chief, Ryan Pemberton, moved over from the 36 team this year. And the one thing that I have noticed, though, is to get those cars into that position to where it fits you, you and Ryan have to communicate, and that looks like what's going on now. You found somebody that you, Robert Presley, can really work with and get some results out of.
Well, the thing is, he watches me drive, and then he works on the race car according to what it needs and what I'm asking for instead of what he done a year ago or 2 years ago. You know, he wants what the race car does, and I mean, he'll get on me about a line I'm running. We'll change a line. If it's good, okay, that's the way to go, buddy. If it ain't, let's try something else. I mean, it is, and second half of this year, I think things are going to look better.
It's got to make you feel a whole lot better about coming to the racetrack each and every week, knowing that you've got better equipment, better prepared equipment, and people that you can communicate with to get what you want out of the car.
That's a great thing about it now is we're a race car now, not just a field car anymore. So really happy for this whole Jasper team. And, I mean, as me and Ryan get to know each other more and more, I think things are going to get better.
Robert, I know how tough it is, particularly back in the pack and in the middle of the pack, the racing back there. Sometimes tougher than it is up front. Guys won't give anything. But when you get a good race car under you and you're able to race these guys, do you find that you're getting a little more respect from everybody else now?
Well, you get a little more respect, but I'll tell you, anybody that runs from 20th back, man, they work a lot harder than them guys in top 20. I mean, I've been back there, and I know what it's like, but this brings back a lot of these Busch days where we run up front, so it's feeling good.
Well, it's got to be feeling good. You know, Eli, it doesn't seem fair. The guys running back about 15th or 20th race so much harder, but they don't get paid as much.
Hi, guys. Thank you very much. There you see the weather radar. That right there is Loudon, New Hampshire. And all of this right here is ugly old rain. So we're going to stay here and keep things going. But again, that dot area right there you saw was Loudon, and that's where we are located. And they have now given the drivers clearance to head back to the garage. Tell you, it's sad. Not that you want to see a race go halfway, but obviously it is official at halfway. We were about 8 minutes shy of getting to that spot. You see Bob Baer there. Just a quick look at the owner, founder of this fine racetrack, one of the classiest guys in the world of racing. We're going to come right back and continue. There's Bob Baer. What we are going to do after this commercial break, we're going to be bringing you some look back at last year's Jiffy Lube 300, because that's going to be far more entertaining to you at the time being. We'll, of course, be standing by here. We'll update you periodically. So after the break, we'll go back a year to last year's race.
Eddie, is that you?
Yeah, I've come back to warn you.
Beware the spray.
The spray got you, but you were near the tree.
It can't get you near the tree.
Fools! The spray is like no other.
One moment I'm fine, the next my roots are like mush.
Eddie, will we be okay?
I don't know. Is dead okay?
Roundup kills tough weeds even near trees. Roundup. No root, no weed, no problem.
Bob, can you make sure Carol gets these?
Oh, thanks, Bob. Have a good night.
Hey there, Bob.
Hi, Karen. Husband's still in there working late again.
What a trooper.
How do you plan on providing for your family after you pass away? Conseco's life insurance policies can give your loved ones a regular monthly paycheck. Conseco, step up.
It's a great day for racing. Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's highly competitive environment, you can't afford to go it alone. It takes teamwork and training to get to the finish line. Just like it takes teamwork and training to build quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
A beautiful view from overhead the New Hampshire International Speedway. It measures just over 1 mile around, 1.058 miles to be exact. You see the crowd approaching 100,000, and it's been a spectacular weekend already, and we're glad to cap it off on a beautiful 70-degree day here in the Granite State. There is the man who won the Bud Pole. That is Jeff Gordon, 6th pole of the year, 2nd straight here at New Hampshire International Speedway. He stops on the track. He's tightening up the seat belts right now to make sure he's ready to go. Why don't we see who is lined up behind him in the starting lineup? Behind the Bud Pole winner, Gordon, you've got Rusty Wallace, who won the inaugural race here back in 1993 for the Winston Cup teams. Bobby Labonte with 2 wins this year, and Ken Schrader, who's always in the top 5 here at New Hampshire. Kyle Petty, 3 8th-place finishes here, and Kenny Wallace, top 10 in both races in 1998. John Andretti, 3rd place the last time we raced here, and Michael Waltrip. Dale Jarrett, the Daytona winner, and Tony Stewart. And you know, guys, as we look at this starting lineup, every name we mention here, they all told me this morning, we can win, we can win. Everyone, we're going to have 40 guys in victory lane when this day is done.
I even walked down to Kenny Wallace's pits, and I said, how are you guys set up today? And they said, we have the fastest car here. Tony Stewart's group says, we have the fastest car. Everybody's flying around this racetrack.
There you see Mike Skinner, 5th place in last year's event here in July, and Ernie Irvin. Lloyd Burton, his best New Hampshire finish is 23rd. He's like to figure this place out a little bit. Kenny Irwin, he's gone to a different chassis, the Hopkins chassis, just like Dale Jarrett has.
Well, there are a bunch of people that have tried different things for this race, and it's going to be kind of fun to watch and see which one of these experiments is the one that works the best.
You see Benson and Bickle. Jimmy Spencer from Pennsylvania, and the veteran Dick Trickle. His car has got the Kodiak sponsorship on it here this weekend because of David Green failed to qualify. The Kodiak folks hopped on board Dick Trickle's car. Elliott Sadler, Dave Blaney's 2nd Winston Cup race of 1999 for Bill Davis Racing. The brothers Bodine, and now back at 37th and 38th, Mark Martin, 2nd place in both races last year. And of course, Jeff Burton, who won the last couple. Bill Elliott's going to have to go to the way back. He's already in 40, and he's going to have to start 43rd. He's gone to the backup car after wrecking the primary car here in 2nd round qualifying yesterday.
So many fast cars, so many drivers with a good track record here in New Hampshire starting in the back of the field today. It's going to be fun watching them come through.
Then there are these guys who'd love to be starting in the back of the field, but regretfully did not qualify at all. Derek Cope, David Green, Dave Marcus, and 2nd race in a row, Robert Presley. also failing to qualify. We've got a ton of folks giving us rides around New Hampshire today. There you see Bill Elliott, and again, he'll start. He was supposed to have a different paint scheme on the car, but when he wrecked that car, they couldn't paint up the backup, so he's in the familiar McDonald's car. There you see Jeff Burton will give us the ride from 38th starting spot. Be interesting to see Mark Martin and see what he does, if he looks or acts any differently in the race car today. Dave Blaney, he was struggling on Friday, but got the car sorted out nicely and is solidly in the field. Kenny Irwin has the Texaco Haviland machine. Mike Skinner has the Lowe's car, starting in 19th. Yep, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to give us a ride around here. Goodness, he looks like some guy I know.
Open face helmet, just like that.
And Bobby Labonte has the Circuit City Interstate batteries on board camera. Now the Texaco Haviland point recap, brought to you by Texaco, a world of energy. That's how it looks going into the race. 177 points. You heard Jeff Gordon tell Steve, I believe it was earlier, the pre-race, 394. Yeah, mathematically he can catch up, and it's going to be awfully, awfully tough. You never know. We'll all find out together. Glad you're tuned in, folks, on TNN Motorsports. 300 laps, 317.4 miles in the Jiffy Lube 300. Green flag. Little bump and go there, middle of the field, as Jeff Gordon leads them to the stripe and will lead lap number 1. Jeff has now led all but one race in the history of New Hampshire International Speedway, and he is the all-time lap leader at this racetrack. He has led 475 laps coming in to today's Jiffy Lube 300.
You could see Rusty Wallace just a second ago going back and forth down the straightaway trying to get a little heat in these tires because the air pressure is very essential in these cars to make them work well. He was trying to scrub a little bit of heat in the tires so the air pressure would get up properly.
Dale Earnhardt in the 3. That's the scramble for 11th spot right now, along with the 55 of Kenny Wallace. Steve Park in the 1. Steve Park has the distinction of having run a race here in every single major NASCAR touring series, as you see the scramble for second place.
Rusty Wallace car right now is running a little bit higher than the Bobby Labonte car. As they start off the corner there, you can see what a great grip, though, that Rusty Wallace got as he got back in the throttle.
Rusty Wallace has a win here and 7 top 10s in 8 races. As you see a couple of the young guns, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park swapping spots around. That is going to be up there at 11th spot right now. Oh, Kenny Wallace and Sterling Marlin, they both got themselves held together. That was back in 14th and 15th position.
Sterling on the high side right now. You can see Skinner on the bottom side there. Just a little touch to let him know he's there.
Oh, Sterling's all over the place.
Kenny Wallace was lucky to save that thing. Yeah. He got it right out there.
Wally Dolly back in the 25 on the right part of the racetrack going in and making some spots there.
And he pumps Ernie out of the way.
Hope that doesn't make Ernie too mad.
You know, that makes me wonder where they get the idea that racing is not a contact sport.
Yeah.
That's why they put bumpers on it.
Excuse me.
Look at that again. And Sterling Marlin with a touch there. And Terry Labonte sizing them up. And you know, so far that outside groove, at least at the moment, hanging tough there. It's not the desirable way around, but the guys seem to be getting a pretty good grip.
Riding with Kenny Irwin Jr. down the back straightaway, and just on the left there, Terry Labonte. And Sterling's still struggling on the high side of the racetrack.
A little early in the race to be upstairs. A little later on, they'll run higher, but right now that upstairs groove's not fully worked in yet. What is it just me or an awful lot of people being excessively aggressive early on?
Well, they're trying to get track position. We talked about that in the open. As you see, Kenny Irwin almost getting in the back of Sterling Marlin in the middle of two, and you don't want to get touched there. The car is very light in the back there. If they'd have made contact there, Sterling would have went around.
That is 18th, 19th, and 20th on your screen. Riding with Kenny Irwin in the 20th spot.
Eli, the reason they're so aggressive, I didn't touch on it quite yet, they want to get up near the front. You see that, I mean, right now, Mark Martin's hanging on outside there, and he has to be in a little bit of pain right now. His knee's injured. He also broke a rib this week when he was coming in to take a plug check. A lot of contact there also. He was coming in the pit area. He shut the motor off, turned the power steering off. He turned hard left and cracked the rib on the right side.
Unbelievable. He goes by Darrell Waltrip. You saw the 66, that orange, blue, and white car going backwards. So Mark Martin is now in 38th spot. Jeff Burton is up to 35th position as we ride with Mark Martin.
And for those of you who wonder if Mark Martin can get it done while he's driving hurt, I will let you know that he indeed can. Back in 1980, when he was running in the ASA, he started a race at Milwaukee with 2 broken ankles and managed to win the race despite the pain that he was in. Second has just gone away.
So Bobby Labonte with John Andretti now behind him, and you see Rusty Wallace kind of caught to the outside there. Steve Burns, are they hearing anything on the radio from Mark?
Eli, just before the race started, Mark Martin radioed his team and said, guys, thanks for hanging in there with me through this. I'm frustrated about it. I want to be better. I think the car is better than me, but he apologized and thanked his team. He said, I'll be much better by Pocono, but as you guys said, he'll do everything he can to get to the front today.
Matt Kenseth is here as a backup standby driver, but Matt told me at the hotel, he said, I'll be surprised if I do any racing.
I would be too. Mark Martin's just a tough individual. He's in perfect health other than the injuries that he has. He works out every day, so if anybody can go with injuries, it's certainly Mark Martin.
Just underway. We are 10 laps in. Jeff Gordon leads by 1 2/10 seconds here at New Hampshire International Speedway as the Tony Stewart crew looks on. Their driver is now 8th.
Guys who know cars know when to reach for the right tool. That's why they reach for WrenchHead.com, an incredible tool to get auto parts fast and easy. Log on for millions of replacement parts, performance parts, accessories and gear, top brand names, all at great prices. Or just hang out with other wrench heads. It's everything a wrench head needs. Well, almost everything. Are you a wrench head?
Bubba, it's great hanging with you guys.
I love you, man. But what about me? I love you too, man.
More than me?
No, man. No, it's that whole weak thing, isn't it?
You just love that sweet frosting, don't you?
You're confusing me, man. I can't choose.
You don't have to choose sides. You can have it all with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat. Now in honey, too.
See, you do like him best.
Chill, baby. I got you covered.
I don't know, it's just so...
We're not sure about the whole flame thing. The flames intimidate the other cars right out of the way. Plus, it's a major chick magnet.
The ASA EC Delco Series on TNN.
This ain't no Mickey Mouse. This ain't no Looney Tunes. This is anime. And it's taking America by storm. Now, you can catch the anime fever or turbocharge your current anime video collections with the best of Japanese anime 2. But be warned, the best of Japanese anime 2 ain't no kid stuff. It's animation grown up and gone wild. Call this toll-free number now and get Wrath of the Ninja delivered to your door for just $4.95 with subscription. Call now and you'll get a bonus anime video, Project A-ko versus Battle 1, absolutely free. That's right, you'll get 2 fire-powered anime videos for just $4.95. This is a limited time offer of apocalyptic proportions, so call now.
Order your first Best of Japanese Animation 2 video for just $4.95 plus $3.99 shipping and receive your free anime video. Call 1-800-245-4327 now.
Right now is a little bit quicker, but this is a story right now. The 2 Petty cars are running so very well right now. John Andretti, of course, in the 43 there. Just behind him, Kyle Petty having one of his best runs of the year.
John has gone from 7th spot where he started to 3rd position right now. He's having a great day. Both those cars are set up very similar, one to the other.
Meanwhile, the Earnhardt clan, Dale Earnhardt Jr. running in 12th, his daddy running in 15th. We're with Earnhardt Jr. now, closing in on Steve Park, doing a very solid job early. He is, Ralph Shaheen.
You know, Eli, I talked to Steve Neal, who heads up the research and development part of Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. I said, Steve, was that an introduction or an education for Dale Earnhardt Jr. on those opening couple laps? It was pretty wild out there. He started the lap. He said, yeah, one car wanted to go fast, one car wanted to go slow. So we got him straightened out and calmed down. Now we're going to take him to the finish.
Thoughts on Dale Earnhardt Jr. There you see the scrambling elsewhere. Michael Waltrip in the 7, Ricky Craven in the 50. There you see 3rd and 4th now behind the leaders, Gordon and Labonte. John Andretti, 1 and 7/10 seconds back. That's what the interval looks like on the racetrack. From Labonte back to Andretti, 1 and 7/10 seconds. 1,500-foot straightaway and hard on the brake pedal. Were you tough on the brakes when you drove, buddy?
Eli, I had a guy tell me you could put me on an anvil at 12 and I'd have it broke by 2.
So you would not have done well at New Hampshire, huh?
No, I actually won at Martinsville.
I know you did.
The reason I won there is they just absolutely detuned the car and told me I had to save the brakes or I would never win. If we have a change for the lead, as Bobby Labonte takes over first.
So Bobby Labonte here at lap number 20 takes over the top spot from Jeff Gordon. There's a look back from Labonte towards Gordon.
Great camera angle there. That's actually under the rear of the car there, and you're looking back as Gordon comes in. Look how much lean you have in the springs on the right front of that car. Letting that weight transfer over so it'll get a bite on that right front tire.
What a great year Bobby Labonte has had. This will be the 16th race he's led, and this is just the 18th race of the season so far. Certainly one of the best seasons he could ever even hope for.
Bobby Labonte has finished in the top 5 in 8 of the last 10 races, Glenn, so I guess we shouldn't be surprised he's running up front and leading.
Oh, no, Eli, and especially not in this car. The last time we saw this car on TNN was at Pocono. That's when he won the race up there. They love this race car. Bobby says it's one of his favorites. Not surprising at all. See that race car running up front. It is a good one.
Spread is 0.3 of a second right now. Though Gordon does seem to close, you see there coming off the corner, but Andretti and Kyle Petty are really closing on him.
Great run for these two cars that you're looking at right now. John Andretti in the 43 and the 44 there. Kyle Petty, both of them running exactly in the tire tracks of each other.
Now let's go a little further back because Kenny Schrader and Rusty Wallace having a good battle too. Schrader in the blue 33, the blue number 2 is Rusty, and the 20 is Tony Stewart. That's 5, 6, and 7th place on the screen.
Keep your eye on that number 20 car. Walking around the garage this morning, I asked many crew chiefs, who are you most concerned about? And the name I heard more than any other was Tony Stewart. A lot of the guys in the garage who are really in the know think that's the best car, and they think Tony Stewart is due to be a first-time winner today.
Although, as we heard on the pre-race, too, he totally discounts his IRL experience. Other than, yeah, he's been around this racetrack, but the machines are so totally different.
Yeah, and he only ran 3 RL races here, and he led the most laps in all 3 and won one of them, blew up in another one while he was way out in front. I mean, this guy is terrific at New Hampshire, no matter what kind of car he's in.
And Ralph, Tony was not lacking any confidence in the garage this morning.
Eli, earlier in the week, Dale Earnhardt ran up into Tony Stewart's trailer trying to find what he called the kid. The crew said, well, he's not here, Dale. He's at the rookie meeting. Earnhardt cracked that devilish grin of his and said, whose idea of a joke was it anyway to call this guy a rookie?
Hey, you remember when A.J. Foyt went to the rookie meeting at Darlington a number of years ago? You all, look at that.
When you talk about a rookie, though, he just put Rusty Wallace away on the low side coming off turn 2 and really has quite a lead going here on Rusty in just one straightaway.
So there you see the separation now between Stewart and Wallace, while up front you've got Bobby Labonte showing the way by a half second on Jeff Gordon. Still early, 26 laps in. The crew waits for pit stop time.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. The heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. but Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
Just when you think there's only so many ways to make a burger, we come up with something better. Now every order is made hot, fresh, right to order. So suddenly I'm not just making a burger.
I'm making your burger.
Makes all the difference in the world. How can I tell it's working? Yep, that's one yes.
We love to see you smile.
Who's asking about Viagra? Someone you might expect, and also someone that maybe you wouldn't. In fact, you may be surprised at who's talking to their doctors about Viagra. So ask your doctor if a free trial of Viagra is right for you. Who's asking about Viagra? Maybe it should be you.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Welcome back to New Hampshire, where Bobby Labonte continues to lead, took over the top spot at lap number 20, and has now stretched his lead by roughly 7/10 of a second here in the early going. While we have an opportunity, want to say hello to this gentleman. Ted Williams has joined us as the Grand Marshal of the Jiffy Lube 300, one of the ultimate all-time greatest athletes in the history of this country. And I say that as a lifelong New York Yankee fan, but even we in Brooklyn and the Bronx appreciated what you did in your days of baseball playing. This is something, though, here today, isn't it?
You bet it is. You know, I've never been a auto racing buff. Never had the chance to be someplace. But today, I'm doing a quick conversion because those cars went down below me on their way the first lap, and I backed up, and I thought, Jesus, this might be it. Boy, this is exciting. This is really exciting.
I see that your name yesterday was on board Kenny White's car, the Kid, as they call him up here, as a sponsor in Busch North Series competition. How did that come about?
Well, I know they're great cars, and I mean, everybody's conscious of the fact that's a great group. Of course, they had a young rider in this all this mix, and I didn't know whether how to wish him luck or be careful or what, you know. But I finally decided in my own mind, I just hope that I can see him on his 10th and 20th races after he's made really a little bit of him.
Tony Stewart just moving up into 4th spot, as you see, while we visit with the splendid Splinter, Ted Williams. This is a magnificent week for sports in general here in New England. Not only is NASCAR in town, but of course Fenway Park hosts what I guess will likely be its final All-Star game, with talk of a new Fenway Park around the corner. But this is a special time up here in New England.
Well, the whole week with the baseball fanfare, in my case, first time seeing this thrilling, exciting bit of sports, and I can just tell you that this is a full week for me.
Well, listen, it's great to have you here. I know the fish are biting at home, so enjoy yourself on the water as well. Ted Williams, thanks so much for being up here with us. The legendary Ted Williams, Baseball Hall of Famer. They don't get any better than this fella right here. And Buddy Baker, I know this is a guy who we have all thrilled in watching, and the ovation that Ted got today in pre-race activities rivaled the ovation that anybody got here at this racetrack.
You're exactly right, and race fans do appreciate people of all sports, and it's really nice to have you here.
Jeff Burton's moving forward. He's already managed to get himself in the 25th spot after having to start all the way back at a provisional starting spot for this race. They just flat missed the setup in qualifying, worked on the car, threw a whole bunch of stuff at it today, hoping that they would get faster. They have.
You're exactly right. And Kenny Wallace looked in the mirror and said, "You're so much quicker than me, I'll just pull over and let you go until I adjust on my car." That's Hutch Strickland in the 58 also going by Kenny as they go down in the corner.
New driver for that car, Hutch Strickland is. There you see the NASCAR timing and scoring rundown brought to you by Napa. We keep America running. Steve, what are you hearing from the 99 bunch?
Eli crew chief Frankie Stoddard has been talking to Jeff Burton. And, you know, I guess patience is the hardest thing for a race car driver. But Frankie is telling Jeff Burton, take your time. You've got a good race car under you. Just take your time getting to the front. And as Jeff Burton said before the race, 300 laps doesn't sound like much, but it's a long time. So, again, Frankie trying to preach patience to Jeff Burton.
As we're riding with Jeff Burton, you can see he's fast in the corner. He pulls up on Ricky Rudd just in front there in the 10 car. And down the straightaway, all these cars are so evenly matched that it's very, very hard to get that preferred line unless Ricky really slips or he gets an idea that he's much quicker as he looks at Jeff in the mirror and lets him go. It's very hard to make the pass.
Let's remember how good Ricky Rudd is on the miles. Of his 20 wins, 8 of them have come on mile tracks. One of them here in 1994.
You wonder if this day is hot enough for Ricky, because he's really good when it gets hot and slick out there. And we're in the 70s. It may still be a day where Ricky can get to victory lane, but he loves those real slick tracks.
Exactly. And you talk about turning the heat up. Look at Bobby Labonte now as he moves up on Bill Elliott to put him a lap down this early in the event.
That's the 42nd place runner, Bill Elliott. And again, he was to have debuted a new paint scheme on the car, but when he wrecked his primary car yesterday in the second round of Bud Pole qualifying, they had to roll out the backup and just had no time to change the decals and the paint job. There you see Jeff Gordon. He is now 1 6/10 seconds back. Then John Andretti running in third in the number 43 car.
Look at Tony Stewart, the 20 car there. He is moving up through this crowd like they're waiting on him. This car is probably the quickest, without a doubt. I'm looking at right at the speeds around the racetrack. He is the fastest car on the speedway, and you can see why. It gets down in the corner, right on the yellow line. When he picks the throttle up, this thing just flies down the straightaway.
And look at Andretti go. He'll grab second place.
Well, we promised him passing, and you're seeing it.
And we don't want to say we told you so, but,
yeah, but
Dale Earnhardt Jr. problems early. Only lap 42. Lap 42, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in for an unscheduled stop.
He's got a little donut in the door.
And all the way down near the end of the pit lane is where he stops. Ralph, what's the deal?
Well, Eli, they brought the car in. They're going underneath the left side of the car, putting a jack stand out as well, looking just behind the left rear wheel. No word yet from the crew and the right rear as well to see what is going on. Dale Jr. is saying that it will not run it all down the straightaway, that he thinks it's binding up somewhere in the transmission is the way it feels to him. They're going to send him back out and try to find out what the situation is with the car.
I would have made him spin the wheels going out of the pit road there just to see that both wheels were working properly. A lot of times you'll break a ratchet cause your traction rear end in these cars, and if you have some problem back there, if they don't smoke both tires, you know you have a problem in the gear.
There you see the spread from Labonte back 1.8 seconds to John Andretti. Tony Stewart in that orange number 20. He is running in third. Then Jeff Gordon and Kyle Petty. That is your top 5. There you see Gordon closing back in. He's 2.6 seconds back of Labonte right now. And again, Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming back in. Now what, Ralph?
Well, Eli Jr.'s been radioing in, saying that it's only turning about 7,000 RPM. Tony Eury Sr. just asked, do you think it's the engine? He says, no, I'm not sure. He said, but it just feels like it's binding up. They're going to go under the hood now and check the spark plug wires. They don't see any smoke, so they're going to have to check inside the engine compartment now and see if a plug wire maybe has come loose or what the problem is. This is going to give them an opportunity to maybe put some gas in the car as well. They missed that on the last stop. Tony Eury Sr. was furious over that because if they can keep running around, they they can at least continue to put laps in and maybe get themselves in a better pit strategy.
Of course, they are already 4 laps down as the leaders go past the pit lane again. What should they be turning RPM-wise here, buddy?
Oh, they probably turn 9,000 into the straightaway here, and you need that much gear in it to slow down to get in these tight corners.
So when you're turning 7,000 RPM, you've got yourself a problem. No problem, though, for Bobby Labonte's bunch. He's up comfortably in the early going of the Jiffy Lube 300.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us. Cool cars. Cool boots.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Out here, time is money. Big money. Some days I just need extra equipment. Dozers, trenchers, even the small stuff. These guys aren't going to wait around. I can't wait. So I call Nations Rent. They got what I need. They get it here when I need it. It's newer. It works.
Nations Rent carries New Holland, backhoes, and skid steers.
I got no time for excuses.
Nations Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
Ladies and gentlemen, Metro Airways
Welcome back, everybody, live at New Hampshire International Speedway. We have been under the red flag now for 47 minutes and 41 seconds as a rain shower passed by the Loudon, New Hampshire area. Good news is that for the last short while, the rain has stopped and NASCAR has continued with track drying, and hopefully we are closing in on the restart of today's race in between what is expected to be another rain shower. When racing resumes, you'll see Jeff Burton's Exide Ford Taurus, the number 99 machine, carrying a special logo insignia today. This is the 50th anniversary of the Korean War. And Charles Cragen is with us, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for the United States. And it's a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Secretary. And it's great to see NASCAR getting involved in remembering those who were involved in the Korean War.
Well, thanks, Eli. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I might point out that the button I'm wearing is a very small replica of the logo that appears on Jeff's car.
Let's talk about why the involvement with NASCAR. Everybody wants to honor the Korean War, and certainly there have been so many veterans who've come through NASCAR. Was that the thinking as to why to hook on with Jeff Burton?
Well, it really was. NASCAR folks generally, if I could make a generalization, are very patriotic people.
Sure.
And, you know, a lot of people have referred to the Korean War as the forgotten war. Well, this gives us an opportunity to make sure it's not forgotten anymore, that the men who served and many who gave their lives, we remember them and the valor that they exhibited.
Now, when you were with us during the pre-race activities, and hopefully you folks at home had a chance to enjoy them along with us, we had a couple of flybys here, and I understand you, sir, are the person to thank for that.
Well, I would say that the people to thank are the men and women that flew those aircraft. We had Air National Guard personnel from the state of New Hampshire in a KC-135 tanker, 2 F-16 fighter pilots from the Vermont Air National Guard, and 8 pilots and crew in 2 B-1 bombers that launched on a training mission this morning out of Kansas. And believe it or not, we were the target that they were training to today as they flew over the New Hampshire International Speedway.
Well, Mr. Secretary, great to have you with us. And again, thanks for all you do with Veteran Affairs and the reservists and so on. And we're all happy that NASCAR and TNN today can be part of this remembrance of the 50th anniversary of the Korean War.
Well, thank you for your support.
Our pleasure. Charles Cragen is the Assistant Secretary of Defense for the United States. Right now, you get a better look at that logo as our cameras have worked into position to show you the hood of Jeff Burton's Exide Ford Taurus. That logo pretty much says it all. Right now, down on trackside, we are understanding that NASCAR feels the track is dry enough to put the race cars back out there and to then hopefully, with the heat generated off the header pipes, to continue the track drying. We are just at this point 18 laps shy of halfway. That's about 9 minutes of racing, and not that NASCAR is looking to go only to halfway. They're hoping to get the entire event in, but at the same time, they would like to get whatever chance they can to go racing before the next set of rain showers move in. So they have refired the engines. The red flag is withdrawn after 50 minutes and 59 seconds. Tony Stewart is the leader. Jerry Nadeau is second. Mark Martin third. Dale Earnhardt fourth. And Joe Nemechek fifth. When we come back, Buddy and Dick, Glenn, Steve, Ralph are all set to go racing. Back in a minute.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
Hands-on brewmasters working with the finest ingredients.
In the barley fields and in the hop fields, everyone has a genuine passion and commitment to upholding the highest standards.
Quality, freshness, attention to detail. Blend those things and you have what Budweiser is all about.
Wendy's Classic Double with cheese, you want one. I'd have made the same choice. It takes you to hamburger bliss.
Still got athlete's foot? Don't take it anymore. Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max. One Desenex Max has more curing power than 3 of these guys, or these guys. Athlete's foot. Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max.
ECW Wrestling in the Thrill Zone on TNN. The network stands in force between Rob Van Dam and the TV title.
Van Dam is wide open.
ECW promotes Equal Opportunity Extreme. And Jerry Lynn is still stuck in a battle of foul or fair. Wrestling like you've never seen. ECW Wrestling, Friday at 8 Eastern, part of Thrill Zone Friday on TNN.
Earlier today, this NASCAR Winston Cup event got underway shortly after 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Just 5 laps later, Terry Labonte and Chad Little found themselves in the wall. Both cars retiring for the day. Mike Skinner had problems on lap 28, brought out the caution for the second time. Lap number 99, it was Jimmy Spencer who found himself in the wall, hurt his leg in the process and limped away. And then the caution came out for rain at lap 124. The red flag flew at 2:41 Eastern Time. And then at 51 minutes later, where we are right now, the cars have refired. Pit road is open, and the teams can choose to make a stop at this point if they would so choose. Those in the garage, Terry Labonte, Chad Little, Mike Skinner, and Jimmy Spencer, you saw all of their incidents. John Andretti is done for the day with engine problems. If you're wondering whether your favorite driver has led it all today, our pole sitter Rusty Wallace led lap number 1, John Andretti lap number 2, Ricky Craven led from laps 3 through 66, Jeffrey Bodine led from 67 to 86, and Tony Stewart took over the lead at lap number 87 and leads to this very moment. So take a look at the field now and see where your favorite driver is running.
Well, this is going to be an absolute shootout because there's more rain behind this rain delay that we have just had. You can better believe they're all going to be on the gas hard when the green comes out.
Again, the situation, if you're just tuning in, we are at lap 134 now, as you see. 150 makes up halfway and makes this an official race. So, with, as the doctor told you, and as you saw on the radar earlier, we had that shot for you of the weather radar. You saw there's rain extending all the way back into Buffalo, New York, and actually towards and over the Great Lakes. There is a small window of opportunity here to get some racing in. Glenn, it's going to be interesting to see how Tony Stewart can make that Pontiac wide. As they say, wider is better, to try and keep everybody behind them.
Eli, if I'm not mistaken, they're giving one to go right now.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, guys, Eli, you're exactly right. He will try to make it wide, but I tell you, as fast as he is, he doesn't have to worry about that too much. There haven't been many cars past him today. His crew chief, Greg Zipadelli, told him when they first went back out on the racetrack, do not pit, stay out. We'll hope for a caution in 50 to 60 laps. Right now, those cars that are up front only have about 15 to 18 green flag laps on those tires. So tires are still good. We saw earlier on in the race when some of the guys, most of the guys pitted with 29 laps, it really didn't seem to make any difference. So tires are good to go. We're just going to go racing as long as we can.
If you want to know who's a lap down, just look on the inside there. All the cars on the inside lane there are a lap down.
1 through 31. The first 31 positions are on the lead lap.
Pass to your right. Flag. Ready? Ready? Green, green, green.
After a red flag for rain, we're going back to work 14 laps from halfway. The 16 of Kevin LePage. He is not on the lead lap, that white and purple machine. He is trying, though, to get his lap back. Jerry Nadeau in the 25, however, is, and he would love to grab the lead.
Boy, Tony Stewart just washed way up the racetrack going into turn 1. Right now, Kevin LePage trying to get his lap back there, and he's got Stewart hung up on the outside.
So Kevin LePage now on the tail end of the lead lap, and it's going to hold up Stewart because here comes Nadeau.
Second place, Jerry Nadeau fighting to get the lead as they come off the corner. Tony Stewart gets a little better forward by getting up off the corner now.
They go off into the corner.
Nadeau washes high there.
Don't say wash.
No. Slides up.
There you
Slides
go.
up.
All right. There are a bunch of guys that seem to be having a hard time staying down in the bottom of the racetrack right now. Cars have all sat still.
That's third place you're looking at on your screen.
Mark Martin, right behind him, Dale Earnhardt.
Nadeau still in second spot.
Everybody again keeping their eye on the track and on the skies because there is more rain in the area, says the weather guesser.
Park in that yellow car, he's a lap down. He's trying to get by the 20 of Stewart as well. Oh, boy, Earnhardt
almost spun Mark Martin around. And he allowed him to save it. Dale could have put him away.
Yes, he could. He just backed off the throttle. You see Mike Bliss right there. He's battling around trying to get up and make up one of his laps as he's down.
Steve Park has just gotten around the race leader. And he has picked up a position to get on the tail end of the lead lap as we check in with Ralph.
I talked to Jimmy Fennick, crew chief for Mark Martin, just as they got set to go back to racing. Eli, I said, how's your car? And he said, well, we're okay, but we're not real fast. We can still race, but we're not as quick as we'd like to be.
They haven't been good all weekend long. The car will go between push and loose and push and loose. But boy, he's got his hands full now because Earnhardt is all over the back end of that thing.
Now, what's going to happen now? The tires are getting hot, the racetrack's getting sticky again, and the good cars will start really moving out. look for Tony Stewart to go right up there and pass those cars that made up that lap a while ago. I noticed Jerry Nadeau in second spot, also putting the heat on.
There's a big pack of traffic from 24th on back. There's Dale Jarrett.
What a
He's
pilot.
at 25th.
What a pile of good cars back there, Eli, in that pack of traffic.
And all of this is because of the sequencing of pit stops before we went to the red flag for rain. Up front, Nadeau, native of Danbury, Connecticut.
Notice Nadeau and Tony Stewart both were sliding out a little bit as they started off. Now they've got the heat back in the tires. Air pressure's back up where they want it. These cars are beginning to fly around the racetrack. Looks like Nadeau right at the moment is every bit as fast as Tony Stewart.
Nadeau has never won a Winston Cup race. He has a career top 5 finish one time only. He was 5th at Watkins Glen last year. This is his best chance ever in his career to win one of these things. And Mike Skinner's coming back on the racetrack after that car was all beat up earlier.
Right, well, we watched this battle on the racetrack. Mike Skinner returns from the garage. There he is, 116 laps down. 116 down, but he's out there nevertheless.
Big Band-Aid on the back of that thing.
Now remember, the 16 and the 1, the purple and white car and the yellow number 1, they are on the tail end of the lead lap. They are trying to stay ahead of the 20 of Tony Stewart.
And the car of Jerry Nadeau just jumped sideways coming up out of the corner. He lost 3 or 4 car lengths, but he has straightaway speed in escrow right now.
Five laps shy of halfway. Tony Stewart took over the lead at lap number 87. We're now at lap 145, and remember, we've seen Tony wear him out here in the past, only to lose out to the fuel mileage. A lot yet to play out today.
You keep an eye on the websites your kids are looking at. You make sure your wife's cell phone battery is fully charged. And you haven't missed a day of work in 12 years. So it comes as no surprise that your auto parts are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Log on for millions of replacement parts, top brand names, performance parts, accessories and gear, even hard-to-find parts. Or just hang out with other wrench heads. With wrenchhead.com, getting the right part is a snap. Are you a wrench head?
Get into the zone. Kick Action Friday. Thrill Zone Friday. So real, you can feel it. Thrill Zone Friday. Action that never stops. The battle you can't miss. Thrill Zone Friday on TNN.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Automotive Hanover isn't like the rest. Give the people what they want. Low prices, lower payments, highest trade-in value, and superior service after the sale. That's what makes us best. So come to Best Automotive Hanover, where your horse of a different color.
Everybody, we are halfway home here at the New Hampshire International Speedway. The ThatLook.com 300 as the teams get the halfway flags, the cross flags. So this is now an official event. Tony Stewart is the race leader. By the way, if you're entering TNN's Red Wing Shoes Work Hard, Win Big sweepstakes, John Andretti will finish 39th today. John Andretti going out with engine failure earlier. He will finish 39th. So if you're going to participate, go to a local Red Wing shoe store for an official entry form, or just send your name, age, address, and phone number to us, or even enter online at country.com. Either way, TNN's Red Wing Shoes Hard Work Win Big sweepstakes would make you a winner for the grand prize to an upcoming NASCAR Winston Cup Series race or a grand prize Dodge Ram truck. John Andretti, the answer. He will finish today in 39th position. Well, after all the pit stops, so you see the NASCAR's timing and scoring rundown. Robert Presley has been having some problems here of late, slowing on the track and backsliding. Matter of fact, the black flag will be out. Listen in. You hear that sound? Glenn, it doesn't sound healthy.
No, it sounds awful. It's like a lot of black smoke rolling out of it. Robert's been talking the last few laps to the crew. They're going to have to bring him in for a carburetor change. They were going to try to ride it out, hope it didn't get too bad, but it's getting worse every lap. So Robert will be in. They'll change the carburetor. Tough break, man. He had a good run going.
So Robert Presley, you see him already low on the racetrack, and he'll be coming onto the pit lane for service. Brian Pemberton and the crew will be awaiting him on pit road. 34th right now for the Jasper engines and transmissions, number 77. Up front, that's the spread, 0.4 of a second, about 10 car lengths or so from Stewart back to Nadeau.
Yeah, and just behind them, Joe Nemechek has turned it up a notch. He has really moved up. That's him right there in the 33 car, and he has really passed a bunch of cars since the restart.
Working right in behind Scott Pruitt now. Look at that, from 30th to 3rd, Joe Nemechek.
Well, he had a tough qualifying run. They tried to get just a little bit more out of the car to try and get the pole. They loosened it up a little bit too much, and he had a bad run, but he was anticipating a good race today, but perhaps not this good. He's having a great run for himself.
Well, you know, he won here last year, Eli.
Yes, he did. Picked up the victory here a season ago. You know something, guys, the way things are shaking out right now, of course, there's a lot of racing yet to go, but we ought to check the Haviland points for you, because the way things are going right now, that man, Dale Earnhardt, has mathematically just taken over the NASCAR Winston Cup point lead as of this moment. He's running in the 5th spot, and Bobby Labonte is running in 24th. Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil, adding more life to your car and bringing you that points. Last time Earnhardt was in first place in points in any stretch like this was way back in 1996.
Wow.
It was after the 15th race at Daytona prior to coming to New Hampshire back in 96. That was 132 races ago. And at this moment, Earnhardt is in first in points, so clearly we just passed halfway.
And for the 4 people from Iceland that's never watched a race, he's going for an 8th championship. That's what makes it so special.
Yeah, the thing that's given him this point advantage right now is he's got 14 top 10s in the 17 races that we have run so far. And meanwhile, the guy who has held on to the points, Bobby Labonte, has become inconsistent. Right now, he is running in the 24th spot, and he's finishing periodically in the top 5 or top 10. And Earnhardt's doing it consistently.
By the way, buddy, we are carried live on Reykjavik cable, you know. So,
you know, I knew that.
Even the folks in Iceland do.
I just wanted to say hello to all 4 of them.
Oh, goodness. You know, that's one of those weird deals where Iceland is green and Greenland is icy. Do you know that?
I knew that.
That's one of those backwards things. You'd think Iceland would be the icy one.
Meanwhile, looking back at Bobby Labonte going down into turn 1, just in front of him, Stacy Compton, looking out of Bobby Labonte's car as he heads down the back straightaway and off a tricky turn 2.
Like, why do we drive on the parkway and park on the driveway?
And you notice that little loose piece of tape on the top up there, that's hooked to a piece of plastic that they pull off on the pit stops, and it clears the windshield so you have good visibility.
Tony Stewart, the race leader. Took over at lap 87. the Midas Ball camera. The new Midas. A whole new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas. Boy, there's a variance in speed there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. You can see some of the cars come off there. It looks like they're 20 miles an hour faster. And that is the great forward bite that you get. Some cars get great forward bite, and that's why they're leading the race right now. Some people come off there a little bit slidey, and they're not pulling as well, and you can see it. Slidey? I'll make up another one in a little while.
We're 11 laps past halfway here in New Hampshire. Glad you're with us. After a near 1 hour rain delay, all 101,000 fans are still hanging in. Glad you are also.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge was pegged at 340 degrees. Normal is around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your bike. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
Look, here comes another one.
Everybody's going to Burger King to eat more beef and save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run. And what better way to eat more beef than with a delicious flame-broiled Whopper, especially now that you can get 2 for just $2. Think about it. 2 tasty Whoppers served your way for just $2? Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the Wide Track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Make a big list because it's summer stock-up dollar days at Big Kmart. Men's Fruit of the Loom Golden Blend Teas are 4 for $10. Lush Cannon Bath Towels are 4 for $9. Get this 600-watt Samsung microwave for only $49. 20-gallon Home Essentials totes are $4 each. This comfortable steel captain's chair is just $10. Scott 8-roll paper towels and 12-roll bathroom tissue are 2 for $11. Hurry to the summer stock-up dollar days at Big K.
TNN Sports live coverage of the ThatLook.com 300 is being brought to you by Route 66. Jeans, clothes. It's not Main Street. Only at Kmart. Welcome back, everybody. Glad you're with us here at New Hampshire International Speedway. Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, the Dr. Dick Berggren, along with Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Ralph Shaheen, the whole TNN Sports crew on hand with you. Riding with Bill Elliott. Right behind him, you see Ward Burton. Now we're looking forward from Ward's car towards the 17th place running Bill Elliott.
Reaches out right out against the wall, and there's that piece of tape I was talking about a while ago. That's where they pull plastic off to clean the windshield on each pit stop.
Remember, Bill Elliott had that unscheduled pit stop on lap 94 for those 4 tires, but manages to get back and stay on the lead lap.
Here comes Ward right up on the quarter panel, and I hope Bill Elliott knows he's down there. That wouldn't be a good decision to pull down when they get up to there.
And that is for position. Ward Burton will grab 17th away from Bill Elliott. Jeffrey Bodine right behind in the 60. And then Dale Jarrett in the 88. They are all battling for position. That is 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th.
And all these guys are battling their way back to the front because they were almost a lap down due to circumstances on the racetrack where they pitted out of sequence and got almost a full lap down. Now they're fighting their way back to the front. But Jeffrey Bodine was the quickest car before that time.
You notice, though, in turns 1 and 2, Bill Elliott just can't keep his car on the low side of the racetrack. Each of the last 2 times by, it's cost him positions.
Exactly what you're talking about right there. The car just washes right up the racetrack, and here comes Bobby Labonte under him.
And that was in 3 and 4. In 1 and 2, it's even more noticeable.
See it, Melanie, that's for Melanie Robinson, the lady who was injured, diving into a lake. Mark Robinson, crew member, number 18 car.
171 of the 300 laps on the board right now. The race leader is still Tony Stewart. He's just pulled away by nearly 2 seconds. That's why we're showing you the action middle of the pack. You know, we've not talked about Jeff Gordon much. There he is, running an 8th spot now as we look back towards Gordon from Jeff Burton's car.
Eli dropped back at the very start of the race, and now he seems to have made some adjustments on that car, and he's actually running much better than he was the first little bit of the race.
He's in 8th spot right now, having a good day. And car number 2434. This is the 5th race in a row here at New Hampshire that Jeff has run this same car. Why not? With 5 top 5s in a row with that same car and a win in 1998, the September race. Good car.
Of course, Jeff Gordon has also finished 20th or worse 3 times here at New Hampshire, so it's been feast or famine. Of course, these two guys, the guy we're riding with and the guy we're looking at, between them have 6 victories here.
Exactly, 3 apiece, so that's not a bad crowd to hang out with.
Yeah, not at all.
There's a lot of guys that are mid-pack that really hope that the rain will hold off for quite a while because they've got good cars. They're looking to be able to move up.
Looking around, there does not seem, you folks can look overhead there, those aren't necessarily rain clouds we're seeing. That is overcast, but we're not seeing a whole lot of rain at the moment. There goes 2nd spot, Nemechek inside of Jerry Nadeau.
And you could see that Nadeau's car was not pulling up out of the center part of the corner the way it should. And by the time he got to the straightaway, Nemechek just drove right on by.
So Joe Nemechek, who, as Dick mentioned earlier, beat Dale Earnhardt here in a NASCAR Busch Series race in 1992, and then won the NASCAR Winston Cup race here last year. The sweeps right by Nadeau.
You know, Nemechek's one of the few people that has won Busch Grand National race here and a Winston Cup race.
Aren't that many who have been able to pull that off?
No, and he beat Earnhardt on the last lap here. And I'm talking about Dale Earnhardt, not Junior, on his first win ever here. And it was quite exciting. He passed him in the last corner.
Putting Steve Park a lap down again, the leaders are. Sitting here looking at my numbers, they came in at 101, then at 125 and 126. We're probably about a dozen laps or so from another series of pit stops. Hey, folks, while we break away, something for you to think about. You know me. My hometown is Grand Rapids, Michigan. I have won championships in the American Speed Association and the NASCAR Busch Series. And this is my first year driving for Tyler Motorsports. I know you know me, but do the folks at home know me? We'll find out in a moment.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Okay, sweetie, on your toes. Swing through the ball. Through it. Eye on the ball, hon. We're working on the forehand. Okay, let's try backhand. We'll work backhand. Okay, you just need to connect with the ball. Let's stay in the game, sweetheart. Now, don't be afraid to charge the net.
How do you plan on financing your retirement? Conseco's annuities have tax advantages that can help. Conseco, step up.
Say, how about some blinds? Get them fast. Only Lowe's cuts the blinds you want with great brand names like Springs Faux Wood and Levelor. All in around 15 minutes. All at a guaranteed low price. Custom size Now blinds. Now at Lowe's. Improving home improvement.
This is a weird one. The guy's got a metal plate and said, now he's picking up radio signals on it.
Two outs here at the top of the 5th.
We're tied at 3. Here's the pitch. A swing and a drive.
Having a few friends over?
A home run by Johnson.
Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
This is a weird one. This guy's got cable.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169. Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
You know me. I was the 1995 NASCAR Busch Series champion and almost won the Daytona 500 this year. I am Johnny Benson. You Know Me is brought to you by your neighborhood Citgo. Donnie's running in 16th right now.
And you see that quarter pounder? Somebody out there needs to look at that because he has been so close to winning this year, and they're looking for sponsorship at this moment. But look at the nose of that car. He has already put it in the back of one of these race cars out here. It's pretty well beat up there, and that will hurt him just a little bit.
Tony Stewart is the race leader. He's led 98 laps today. Joe Nemechek running second. His best of the year was 5th at Atlanta. Nadeau is running 3rd. His best of the year was 8th at Sears Point. Martin is running 4th. Earnhardt is running 5th. Schrader is running 6th. Then you've got Jeff Burton, Gordon, and that guy. Look at Elliott Sadler in the top 10. His only top 10 of the year was Texas back in March. And his best finish of the season was Darlington. You know, I was thinking about here, Nemechek is potentially his best finish of the year coming up. As I said, he's 5th now. Nadeau is 8th. Schrader is running 6th. His best finish of the year was 9th in the Daytona 500. And Sadler running in 9th, and his best of the year was 12th at Darlington. We've got a bunch of fellas now potentially with their very best finishes of the season. And there's, again, Elliott Sadler. I believe I said he finished top 10 in Texas back in March of this year. It was obviously March of last year. Wouldn't mind have given him the extra year's credit, but it was March of '99 when he had his career best there at Texas.
You know, and we talked about Elliott Sadler in the Wood Brothers car there. He's only had 52 starts up to today, so he's basically learning the racetracks and how to do the Webster Cup thing, if you will, and he has Mike Beam working with him, so it's going to be a good race team pretty soon, I think.
Here comes Tony Stewart. He is in. Joe Nemechek becomes the race leader. This pit stop at lap number 188. Glenn Jarrett is on the pit lane.
We thought they might wait until around lap 190. That's what we were told, but evidently they're going to make a track bar adjustment. They're going to raise the track bar. Tony wanted the adjustment. They knew they were going to have to come in 2 laps. Wouldn't make that much difference anyway. This should start a whole bunch of guys coming in. They're going to change 4 tires. Guys, I got a feeling that some of those cars that lost track position that are back in the field might do a 2-tire change. I don't know, just to try to gain the track position. 16.9, that's a great stop, and they did make that rear track bar adjustment on Tony Stewart.
Kenny Wallace has come on in the pit lane, as there you see Joe Nemechek. Now, when Joe won here last year, remember, he took on 2 tires late in the day while everybody else took on 4. And that decision obviously paid off last year. Lap 189, Jeff Gordon comes down the pit lane. The DuPont team is in for service. Glenn?
He is right beside, pitted right behind Tony Stewart. And they made a major track. They made a track bar adjustment on Jeff Gordon's car as well. He is also changing 4 tires. Like I said, it'll be the guys maybe toward the rear. Jeff is down in the way at 17.2, so he lost about 3/10 to Stewart on the exchange of pit stops there.
All of these stops under the green. Here comes the race leader along with Dave Blaney. Joe Nemechek is in at lap 190. Blaney is also in. Steve Burns.
Well, I would have liked Glenn Jarrett if they would go 2 tires instead of 4, but we think Andy Petrie's crew will change 4 tires for Joe Nemechek. Tire changers are Alan Whitaker and Jason Enders. Doug Fowler, the Jackman, has Nemechek's car up. A little bit of problem on the left front for Joe Nemechek. 19.3 seconds.
early pit stop. 19.3 under the green flag. That left front just didn't want to change, didn't want to come off. What a shame.
So there's the new leader, Jerry Nadeau. Nadeau, who has led this year in Atlanta, where he led 5 laps. He led 115 laps in Charlotte and 1 lap in Pocono. He is leading as Kenny Schrader now comes to the attention of the M&M's crew. He's in, so is Bobby Hamilton. Ralph?
Well, and Kenny Schrader only took 2 tires, Eli, and now here comes Jerry Nadeau. He's going to make his pit stop now, and they are planning on raising the track bar and dropping the air pressure on this stop. So Jerry Nadeau, they clean the windshield, pull one off. All the brake dust comes rolling out of the front tires. As they go around, they will take 4 tires and fill fuel up on the 25.
Now, Mark Martin has taken over as the race leader as Jerry Nadeau makes his stop. And there, Mark will stay on the racetrack and put another lap on the board.
I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more 2-tire changes as opposed to 4-tire changes. These tires are not wearing out very much. There's not much of an advantage to 4 versus 2. Many of the teams think 4 is the way to go. They're looking at a longer run.
Well, you're exactly right. And earlier in the race, some people changed tires and they did not run down the cars that were even on tires that they didn't even have fresh right sides. They were on the tires that they started the race on. So I don't think tires are a great advantage here.
Mark Martin, first time today, he has led. All 3 of those fellas have already come in for their pit stops. And Martin leads. Dale Earnhardt is second. Jeff Burton is now third, with Elliott Sadler running 4th. Rusty Wallace 5th, and Robert Presley making yet another pit stop if you're following his exploits today.
Yeah, and Joe Nemechek now, he changed all 4 as Earnhardt comes in the pit. Let's see what he does.
Lap 196.
Changing right side, you can see him cleaning the windshield up there. The guy's going around to the left side. He'll take on 4.
Taking a little extra time. There's problem on the left rear. Problem at the left rear of Earnhardt's car, 20.7.
Wow, there's a discussion going on there, I'll guarantee you.
Another good reason to not change 4. We've seen 2 teams have problems changing tires on the left side.
Steve Grissom in for service as you look at Mark Martin, who's just staying out there.
Well, Jack Roush has been known for his great gas mileage, and he really works hard on the carburation on these cars. He and Jeff Burton, all these guys get great gas mileage.
Now, according to my notes, if he stops, if he can stretch it a little bit more here.
Yeah, it might be the difference.
It might be the difference. I mean, we're coming up on 200 laps complete.
And, you know, this guy certainly is deserving of a win here. He's led half the races. Led 5, won a pair of poles here. He's finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Never won so far.
Not here. Steve Grissom in for service now.
And he's driving for Kyle Petty that did not come up here this week. They got Steve Grissom to fill in for Kyle Petty.
And that is not a pretty pit stop either. And there you see some swapping around. Rusty Wallace slowing on the racetrack. Losing a couple of spots. Mayfield went by. Sadler went by. So Mark Martin, as the race leader, has led 11 races this year. That is tied with Rusty Wallace for the most races led in the 2000 season. And he keeps trucking while Frankie Stoddard what's next for Jeff Burton.
This is me, and Mom, and Dad, and Sparky. And here's how hot our house was last summer, until a nice man called Brian came. with an air conditioner. She said it has Puron, which will make the planet happy. And soon they're going to stop making the old air conditioners, so it'll save us money, which means more toys for Sparky, and maybe a trip around the happy planet.
To see how you can save money, call Bryant to the rescue.
I'm Rusty Wallace for the new Goodyear Eagle #1 NASCAR tire. The only tire with the official NASCAR logo. Its aggressive tread design gives you traction for responsive acceleration and cornering. You get Eagle performance NASCAR style. Only from Goodyear.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Havoline.
Introducing the nothing in the world like it new Ford Explorer Sport Track. As essential as gear gets. From Ford Outfitters. Outfitting you with the most far-reaching sport utilities on Earth. Ford Outfitters. No boundaries.
TNN Sports live coverage of the ThatLook.com 300 is being brought to you by Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. Well, he's still out there. The last time Mark Martin pitted was at lap 102. Everybody's been asking that question. We were quite honestly wondering whether we had missed a pit stop somewhere. He has gone from 102 to 204. And Ralph Shaheen is awaiting Mark Martin.
Well, he's coming down pit road now, Eli, getting set to come in. This is chassis JR82, which debuted at Bristol, ran 16th. They're not planning any big changes to the car, just taking 4 tires and fuel. They tested this car last week in Lakeland right after running into Pepsi, and they feel pretty good about it. We heard Jimmy Bennett say earlier the car is good, it's just not real fast. A 17.4-second pit stop for Mark Martin.
So that gives the lead to Jeff Burton, who now peels off the racetrack. And that will hand the lead to Jeremy Mayfield. So Burton will lead for 1 lap, and Mayfield takes over the top spot. Let's go to Glenn.
And this is a regularly scheduled pit stop for Jeff Burton. Obviously, he was out there for a lap longer, I believe, than what Mark Martin was. Right now, they have 4 tires up on the wall. We still haven't seen any 2-tire changes. There is a chassis adjustment going into the left rear of the car. First can of fuel is in, second going. No problem so far. Looks like a pretty good stop so far, guys. And Jeff is down and away. 16.9, and it looks like they did get all the fuel in it, too. So, mighty nice stop for Jeff Burton.
So the man with the Panama hat, Jack Roush, already doing his ciphering there. Already computing it all. Jeremy Mayfield is the race leader, the winner at Pocono earlier this season. And Jeffrey Bodine has cycled back around to run second. Ricky Rudd is third. Dale Jarrett is now running fourth. And Bobby Labonte is fifth. Back in a minute.
Surface contact bearing 190. Dive! Rick Brooks flying into the track.
Imagine a place that understands you'd rather be doing anything on Saturday other than fixing your faucet. A place that knows you can't spend half the weekend shopping for your weekend projects. True Value. For the jobs you do most and look forward to least. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man. Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack, where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat.
Thanks.
His car is green, right?
No, blue.
What's his number? 88. Now, which one do we want?
Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett. Can you open it up for me? Hey, let me ask you something. What does that sound like?
It sounds like Dale took the lead.
He did? Come on. Hey, do you know his dad's name?
Why is football played in a small arena so exciting? Because you have a better chance of sitting next to the quarterback's hot wife.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. No.
Arizona and New England, Thursday at 8 on TNN.
Don't make them wait any longer. Six Flags Great Adventure.
For more information, call 732-928-1821.
Nervous about the high cost of going to the dentist? Call Argus today. An Argus dental plan will save you up to 80% of the dentist fees and has no claim forms or deductibles. Plus, Argus provides you and your family with immediate coverage on all dental procedures at over 10,000 providers nationwide, regardless of your age or pre-existing conditions. And now, for a limited time, Argus will give you 3 months of free dental coverage. So if you need to see a dentist, call Argus and relax. Argus Dental, plans to save you money.
Everybody, there you see the battles for the lead until it evaporates with Jeffrey Bodine and Dale Jarrett coming on to the pit lane at lap 214. I believe I said Dale Jarrett. Clearly that's Ricky Rudd. So it is Jeffrey Bodine and Ricky Rudd who come in to make their scheduled stops. And if we stay green from this point, they could certainly go to the checkered flag. Ricky Craven is in. Matt Kenseth is in. These are scheduled stops at lap number 214.
And Jeremy Mayfield's still out there. He was running just in front of these two guys here.
But now the new leader becomes Dale Jarrett, because Jeremy Mayfield, who was the race leader, comes in at lap 216. Jeremy, who has never finished on the lead lap in 9 races here at New Hampshire International, in for service. You might have seen Ward Burton coming down pit road. He's in. Darrell Waltrip getting service. Steve?
Now, 4-tire chains are having a problem on the left front. Lee McCall on the left front, 18 even, but a slow pit stop for Jeremy Mayfield, Eli.
Here comes Dale Jarrett now. He was the 11th different leader of the race today. Back to his pit.
Dale Jarrett makes his way into the pit box, and the crew goes to work. Barry Muse on the jack, hits the right side of the car up in the air. Not planning on making any major changes. Pretty happy with the way this car is running right now. 1 can of fuel is in, but back around to the left side now. And a fairly simple, clean, good, solid pit stop. And a very good time, 15.3 with 4 tires and 2 cans of fuel.
Now here comes Bobby Labonte. He is going to come in to make his stop. And this is going to cycle things around to Dale Earnhardt Jr. Rather, Tony Stewart now, who passes Earnhardt Jr. on the racetrack. So Stewart becomes the leader again, Ralph.
Yes, he does. His Bobby Labonte's crew goes to work now. Jimmy Maycar not looking as bullish as he did before, but this race going back to green, 16 even, and a solid stop for Bobby Labonte's crew.
And that pit stop by Bobby Labonte ended a streak that came up 1 lead change shy of a very obscure NASCAR record. The record for most lead changes without a repeat leader was 13. Today we had 12 leaders, 12 different leaders. Rusty Wallace, Andretti, Craven, Jeff Bodine, Stewart, Nemechek, Nadeau, Martin, Jeff Burton, Mayfield, Jarrett, and Bobby Labonte. 12 of them until Tony Stewart becomes a repeat leader here today. Well, we came close to making a run on a NASCAR record. Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Lap 220.
If they changed the tires on his car, his teammate up there, Steve Park, ran out of fuel. It looked like coming out of turn 2, coasted all the way down the back straightaway. I'm sure he fell many laps back doing that.
All of these drivers who are making their stops now can certainly go the distance on fuel. The leader is Tony Stewart. Running in second is Nemechek. Nadeau is third, Mark Martin fourth, and Schrader fifth.
NASCAR Passing by Team Monte Carlo.
Come on, man, go, go, go. You're never going to get by anybody. This car behind us, go. The big hell on the right. Let's go, go, go. Blah, blah, blah. What you say? I guess my 7 NASCAR championships are clogging up my ears, huh? Now, here, there's 2 ways to do this. There's my way and the wrong way.
What do we like the Earnhardts?
Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
A new American motorcycle has earned its place among bikers. Victory.
See your Victory dealer now about 5.9% financing for 12 months, nothing down, and $1,000 cash back.
Guys who know cars know when to reach for the right tool. That's why they reach for WrenchHead.com, an incredible tool to get auto parts fast and easy. Log on for millions of replacement parts, performance parts, accessories and gear, top brand names, all at great prices. Or just hang out with other wrench heads. It's everything a wrench head needs. Well, almost everything. Are you a wrench head?
Are you ready to see yourself as others see you?
I didn't know I was so gray.
Now escape that old gray look with new Just for Men. More than a hair color, it's the Rejuvenator. Just for Men shampoos away gray in 5 easy minutes and now has vitamins. It brings back a thicker, healthier look that's completely natural.
I like what I see.
Just for Men. More than a hair color. It's the Rejuvenator.
Classic double with cheese, you want one.
I'd have made the same choice.
It takes you to hamburger bliss.
I don't know, it's just so...
We're not sure about the whole flame thing.
The flames are a safety feature. Scenario. Let's say you're about to pump out that Bambino. Honk. You're on your way to the hospital. Bam. You get stuck in traffic. The flames intimidate the other cars right out of the way. Plus, it's a major chick magnet.
The ASA ECDelGO Series, July 16th at 3 Eastern on TNN.
They think I'm trying to burn you here?
Welcome back, everybody. Tony Stewart continues as the race leader here at New Hampshire International Speedway. Not been without some interesting moments here in the last few laps. We've seen some beating and banging. We've seen a couple of lap cars going by. Watch this first of all.
Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 there. See him waving his hand out the window. Go on by.
Our cameraman Mike Coker zeroing in on that there in the back straightaway. And indeed, Bodine went right by at the suggestion and urging of Stewart, who cannot, I wouldn't think, go the distance from here. He pitted at lap 188. Tony did. Jeff Gordon pitted at 189. So some of those guys probably cannot go the distance. Now, folks, watch this. We saw some beating and banging earlier. Watch in the lower portion of your screen. Watch a little extra forward fight for Steve Park.
Yeah, Johnny Benson says, I'll just help you a little bit. He moves him over. Now watch the 4-car there. Bobby Hamilton gives him a little side-by-side. And here comes Ward Burton, says, don't hog up all the fun. I want to get in on this, too.
Well, that little action also put a hole in the grill area in the front of Benson's car. You just saw a quick glimpse of it there. There you can see it real well. All he needs now is a little tiny piece of debris. That radiator sitting wide open, naked. Any debris is just going to punch a hole in it for him.
Meanwhile, I'll tell you that overhead's getting a little darker. You folks can probably see that at home as well. The cloud cover has intensified here in the last little while. Riding with Jeff Burton in the number 99 car. Jarrett and he are battling for 10th and 11th. Now riding with Dale Jarrett.
Let's watch him go down in the corner. You'll see Jarrett getting in the corner just a little bit better. And you can do that when you're riding directly. Now they're both getting back. Little rain there.
You just see that? Yeah.
Whoa.
Little push there. This has been a very physical race. Look at the side of DJ's car. Tire marks all over it. It seems as if a good percentage of these cars are in some way battle-scarred from today's race.
Now, Mayfield is in that mix also for position. Buddy, when you were racing or any of these guys, when you started seeing a couple of little raindrops, did you all of a sudden say, all right, forget about common sense and let's do it?
Yeah, you have to get a little more aggressive. And right there, I mean, that does not look like a lot. They're out there on split tires, so any more than that, and they'll have to put the caution out again, and perhaps the race ends. So you have to go to the front if you possibly can.
If you're a Robert Presley fan, the electrical problems that they've been having on their car have finally put them out for the day. So Terry Labonte, Chad Little, John Andretti, Jimmy Spencer, and now Robert Presley, the retirees' electrical system problems that have been bothering that team ever since the early stage of this afternoon.
Watching Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 car, where he's at in the standings right now has nothing to do with the way he's driven that race car today. It has to give them a little boost that they have had one of the better cars. Just pit stops and different things has put him way back in the field right now.
Now he's running 14th, but he did lead earlier.
Stewart, you wonder if he's going to win one of these things in a Winston Cup car. Last year in this race, he led more laps than anybody else, misplaced the gas situation, ran out of fuel. The September race here last year, motor skipped at the end. He wound up finishing second. The IRL car, the Indy car, he ran 3 times here. Led the most laps in all 3 races. One in 98. The other 2, he was 12th and 14th. This place owns Tony Stewart.
Glenn Jarrett's down in his pit.
Well, guys, it might owe Tony Stewart, but what they're hoping for now is that the heavens open up because, as I said earlier, reported to you during break, they cannot make it all the way on fuel. Neither Tony Stewart in number 20 nor Jeff Gordon in number 24 have enough fuel to run the remaining 64 laps. They're going to have to stop one more time. There are a few raindrops falling right now. They're hoping that the heavens open up, Steve Burns.
Well, Glenn, same situation for Joe Nemechek in the number 33, who's running second. They stopped on lap 190. They cannot make it. Kenny Strader, the number 36, who's running fifth. They only got 15 gallons of gas on that last pit stop. They definitely cannot make it. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, Jerry Nadeau in the 25 is going to come up about 5 laps short, says crew chief Tony Furr. But get this, the 14 of Rick Mast, who earlier in the day had the spark plug problem, they think they might be able to go all the way. They're currently 10th.
Wouldn't that be something? A.J. Foyt will smile for the first time this season. A tough time on old A.J. and talk about a great racer, though.
Yeah, and he knows that you have problems the first year out, and you know, I think they've had good runs at different times during the year.
Look at Rusty with the chrome horn. Boom, he says to Elliott Sadler. Moves Sadler over, and here he comes.
And when he says chrome horn, folks, that means he bumped him just a little bit because they don't have horns on these cars. They have to let you know you're there a little bit quicker. And you can see Elliott Sadler did not put up much of a battle. He moved over, and your leader went right on by him.
So we continue under green, though there is rain in the area. Earlier today, we had a 1-hour red flag for rain. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with that again.
Wherever you go, there's a neighbor close by who can fill you up when you're running a little low. Just look for the sign. Gas, food, and conversation. Citgo. See you around.
Want to make your ice cream more exciting? Pour on Hershey's chocolate syrup.
Still got athlete's foot?
Don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max. One Desenex Max has more curing power than 3 of these guys, or these guys.
Athlete's foot.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max.
Look, here comes another one.
Now that you can get 2 tasty Whoppers for just $2, you can save the chickens from the new movie Chicken Run and eat more beef. Hey, with 2 Whoppers for just $2, you can save a lot of chickens.
Bob, can you make sure Carol gets these?
Oh, thanks, Bob. Have a good night.
Hey there, Bob.
Hi, Karen. Husband's still in there working late again.
What a trooper.
How do you plan on providing for your family after you pass away? Conseco's life insurance policies can give your loved ones a regular monthly paycheck. Conseco, step up.
It's a great day for racing. Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's highly competitive environment, you can't afford to go it alone. It takes teamwork and training to get to the finish line. Just like it takes teamwork and training to build quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
TNN Sports live coverage of the ThatLook.com 300 is being brought to you by UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins. Welcome back, everybody. The Pontiac of Tony Stewart continues to lead here at New Hampshire International Speedway. There is rain all around us, but it is not falling heavily enough right now to force a caution flag. There is some light rain in the area. You saw Stewart. There's Johnny Benson as we take you back in the field. Johnny is running a lap down now in the 17th spot there in the number 10 machine. Good run for Elliott Sadler in the Wood Brothers Citgo number 21. He's in 18th position. And then you've got Ricky Craven, who led here earlier today from laps 3 through 66. Craven now running in 19th. He, too, is a lap down. The one is Steve Park, the yellow car. He's a couple of laps back in 29th. And Scott Pruitt in the Tide machine is running 30th. He also is a couple of laps down to our race leader, Tony Stewart. There's Ward Burton now. Ward, after the stops of earlier, running in 20th spot. He is one lap down to our race leader. There's 33, Joe Nemechek, running second. Now, Joe is 6 seconds back of Tony Stewart, but he is on the lead lap, obviously. Jerry Nadeau is running third. We wait for him into the picture, and there he is. As Nadeau, third on the racetrack, he is... at this point, 7 3/10 seconds behind Stewart. The 90, that's Ed Berrier. The 6, Mark Martin. Martin is running fourth. Berrier is 4 laps down in 36th position. 27 is Bliss, the blue and white car. He's running 33rd. The 7 is Michael Waltrip. They're battling for position, Bliss and Waltrip are. Each 3 laps down. The 94 is Bill Elliott. He's 1 lap down in 21st position as we ride with him. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. out the rear view there. Earnhardt Jr. in 22nd. He is a lap down to our race leader. And the 17, who had clutch problems earlier, Matt Kenseth, he is 2 laps down in 23rd spot. Also 2 down is the 11. That's the Ralph's Storrs entry for Brett Bodine. 4 is Bobby Hamilton. Hamilton is also a couple of laps down in 25th position. Others on the racetrack having made a stop moments ago, the 93 of Dave Blaney. He's in 34th. He's 3 laps behind our race leader, Tony Stewart. There's Darrell Waltrip. He also being shown 4 laps down now. DW4 down in 35th position. Then you drop way back and wait for Schrader, who'll come in for a pit stop. Kenny running 5th. Hard on the binders to abide by the pit road speed limit. He will drop from 5th place and come in for his pit stop. Ralph?
He's only planning on taking 2 tires on the right side of his car, so Richard Mocco goes to work on the front. Josh Gibson goes to work on the rears. They take fuel, the tires are on, and he is away.
So Schrader making his pit stop now. There's Tony Stewart. One eye on the skies. One eye on the racetrack with rain dancing all the way around. By the way, guys, I didn't want this telecast to go by. We have been in such need of some good news this week in light of all that's taken place. You see where Bobby Allison and Judy Allison got married again earlier this week.
Did they?
Yes, isn't that great?
That is
good. They had obviously been through so much in the aftermath of both Clifford and Davey passing away. They had a lot of problems and had gotten divorced. Well, the Kyle Petty, Patty Petty, Adam Petty situation brought them back together, and they got remarried on Monday of this week.
Bubba, it's great hanging with you guys. I love you, man. But what about me? I love you too, man. More than me? No, man.
No, it's that whole wheat thing, isn't it?
You just love that sweet frosting, don't you? You're confusing me, man. I can't choose.
You don't have to choose sides. You can have it all with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat. Now in honey, too.
See, you do like him best. Chill, baby. I got you covered.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge is pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. And heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning. But doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
Guys who know cars know when to reach for the right tool. That's why they reach for WrenchHead.com, an incredible tool to get auto parts fast and easy. Log on for millions of replacement parts, performance parts, accessories and gear, top brand names, all at great prices. Or just hang out with other wrench heads. It's everything a wrench head needs. Well, almost everything. Are you a wrench head?
TNN Action Wednesdays. One hot night. Who has the dead man's gun this week on TNN?
I'm Leland Pringle, damn it!
A school teacher who gets no respect until
Mr. Pringle! It's a dead man!
the gun changes his life.
He wants that gun real bad.
Do what you have to do, Leonard.
Dead Man's Gun. Wednesday at 10 Eastern, only on TNN Action Wednesdays. One hot night.
I'm a cop. I've got to be in good shape. And I've got to have a lot of energy. Working out is key. But what really helps me is Slim Fast. I've been having a shake for lunch almost every day for the past 9 years. It's quick, it's easy, it's satisfying. Slim Fast is healthy for you. It gives me what I need.
Vitamins, minerals, protein, carbs. It's great nutrition.
I have more endurance during my workout, more stamina. It's my energy drink. It makes me feel great. I love it.
Slim Fast every day. Balanced nutrition for a healthy life.
It works for me. It can work for you.
WrenchHead.com with millions of brand name auto parts and accessories to choose from. It's easy to prove you're a wrench head. Hey, are you a wrench head?
I'm not going there this week.
Wrenchhead.com, parts online all the time. This week, next week, anytime. Wrenchhead.com. There's the race leader. There is 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, Jeremy Mayfield.
And all three of those drivers should have enough fuel.
I'm going to tell you something. That's more than a little drizzle. When they started in the corner there was a lot of moisture on the windshield. You see it right there as they head down the back straightaway. Of course, it was clearing itself, but it was showing up pretty big.
Now remember, folks, Tony Stewart, from all reports, still has to make a pit stop, as does Jeff Gordon. They are running 1st and 5th, respectively. So should Stewart have to stop, as we expect he would have to make a fuel stop, Glenn told us that, and certainly all the calculations indicate as such, that would hand the lead over to Joe Nemechek. Now, Nemechek pitted at lap 190, which is only 1 mile further, 1.058 miles further than Gordon, and 2 miles further than Tony Stewart. You wonder whether that would be enough.
Yeah, probably not. Earnhardt's lap is going to have to make a pit stop as well. Dale Earnhardt, he pitted on lap 195.
Hey, if nothing happens here, it's going to be Mark Martin's race.
Could well be.
Because with Stewart and one would assume Nemechek having the pit, Mark, we know, went in the pit lane at 2:04 and had already run 100 laps today. So if you don't have rain interrupting things, this could be the first win for Mark Martin here at the New Hampshire International Speedway. What about Dale Earnhardt? Let's get an update from his pit.
Eli, I just talked to crew chief Kevin Hamlin, and he's saying that right now it would be awfully close. I don't think he's made his decision just yet as to whether or not he would try to run for the checkered flag, or if he's going to have to just dive down and take a splash near the very end of the race.
Now, Dale pitted at lap 196. So 104 laps, and remember, too, that these laps, folks, I know we just mentioned it, but it's worth mentioning again, they are just over a mile. 1.058 miles around is this racetrack. So it's more than just 100 and some odd miles.
Now, was it not at lap 104 that Tony Stewart ran out of fuel last year trying to win this thing?
Exactly. A mind like a steel trap.
No, I have notes. Lots of notes.
Well, since you brought it up. Anyway, Tony Stewart, I was talking to the guys, and I said, Tony Stewart always runs out of fuel before Bobby Labonte. You have same motor, same carburetors, and they said it's the way he drives the car. He's either on the gas or off the gas. He never, ever comes into the throttle easy. And Bobby Labonte drives much easier. He gets better gas mileage. Maybe 2 laps, 3 laps better gas mileage than Tony Stewart.
Is that a byproduct of his open wheel experience, the driving style difference?
I just think he's wide open or stopped. He's that type of driver, and as far as saving fuel, he wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Now we're 35 laps from the finish. But again, we are far from the finish as far as storylines. Rain is going to force the caution to fly. Rain has now intensified enough out in turns 3 and 4 that caution is coming out at lap 266. Tony Stewart will come across as the race leader under the caution, assuming he makes it around here with no problems. And he does. So the leader has the caution, Tony Stewart. And now the question is going to be, where are we as far as weather? 13 teams are on the lead lap. Stewart, Nemechek, Martin, Nadeau, Gordon, and Dale Earnhardt. Jarrett, Mayfield, Bobby Labonte, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Bodine, Jeff Burton, and Rick Mast. Those 13 teams on the lead lap. And now the question is, do you go back racing? When do you come in for fuel? Not now. I would think, well, or do you?
Well, that's what they're talking about right now on Tony Stewart's radio. They're discussing whether they should come in or not to come in.
I would roll the dice, and if I run dry on the racetrack, so be it. What do you think, buddy?
I would probably stay out too, Eli. Of course, the real answer is right there. Zipadelli, you could see him talking to Tony Stewart. They're discussing it right now, but I would probably stay out till the last moment because the bottom may drop out. It's all over. Yeah. You won the race.
That's it. I'd stay out. and take your chances. You've lost one here on fuel mileage. Try and win one here with a break from Mother Nature if you can. Again, what we're talking about, the fact that Tony Stewart, the race leader, second place Joe Nemechek, fifth place Jeff Gordon, all having to stop for fuel before the race is over.
Jeff Burton's going to stop for fuel.
Burton is coming in. Burton is coming in at lap 268. So Burton, who is running 8th, is going to drop from 8th down to 11th.
Eli, look at the windshield on that car. That tells you how much moisture is out there. They're cleaning it right now, but there was a tremendous amount of water on the windshield itself.
Glenn?
Well, guys, this is a calculated gamble. Like you said, he was running 8th. He figures right now, if he stops now and goes ahead and makes his stop, and then the rest of the guys have to stop, he knows that Stewart and Gordon and also Nemechek have to stop. So there's only 14 cars in the lead lap, I believe, so he's going to gain most of those positions back if the race continues on. If it doesn't, he's lost a few spots, but it's a calculated gamble. By stopping first, if the race goes back to green, Jeff Burton will be the man leading the race.
And in the interest of total disclosure, there will actually be, at this point, 13 on the lead lap. So he drops from 8th to 13th, and then you gotta roll the dice sometimes. We're coming right back. Rain falling again here in New Hampshire, 31 laps from the finish. Andy Petrie and Jack Roush. Everybody watching.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking, that's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Make a big list because it's summer stock-up dollar days at Big Kmart. Men's Fruit of the Loom Golden Blend Teas are 4 for $10. Lush Cannon Bath Towels are 4 for $9. Get this 600-watt Samsung microwave for only $49. 20-gallon Home Essentials totes are $4 each. This comfortable steel captain's chair is just $10. Scott 8-roll paper towels and 12-roll bathroom tissue are 2 for $11. Hurry to the summer stock-up dollar days at Big K.
Surface contact, 190. Guys! Rick Brooks,
Our race leader here in New Hampshire is Tony Stewart. With crew chief Greg Zipadelli, they have been a force all season. No, it's not all been easy. There have been some bumps in the road, but there have also been the high times, like a win at Dover and a rain win at Michigan. And now we run in the rain again here at New Hampshire International Speedway. Tony Stewart has led twice today for 153 of the 271 laps. Of course, has had success here, as we had talked earlier, in other forms of racing. Ran in the Indy Racing League here in 96, 97, and 98, and led 93 of the 200 laps here in 1998 en route to the win. He ran second here to Buckshot Jones in a NASCAR Busch Series race back in 1998. And as you can see on the racetrack, if you're a veteran observer, you can see that they're starting to lose the racetrack now. That's the term NASCAR uses. When the gray disappears and the track starts turning darker, that means it's getting much wetter. and that the heat from the header pipes is no longer keeping the track dry.
All right, so where is that guy who was doing the rain dance for Tony Stewart in Michigan? They need that guy on the speedway. Beat the Tom-Tom. That's what he's got to have right now is rain to win this race.
Greg Zipadelli and the whole crew looking on. Glenn, let's... any rain dances down there?
Well, let's find out. Greg, you look pretty calm for the situation the way it is. First of all, how far can you go? I know that you're probably getting pretty close to running out of gas.
We're crunching numbers right now. We're still probably 6, 8 from having to stop. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to be calm here. I think they're going to bring us down pit road right now and stop. Hopefully, we're going to get a hell of a rainstorm here, and this Home Depot Pontiac is going to go to victory lane in the rain again. I know I hate to see it end that way for the fans and everything, but man, after the last 2 times we were here last year, it wouldn't bother me at all.
Okay, you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Here's Steve Burns.
Thanks, Glenn. We're with Andy Petrie, the car owner, crew chief on the 33 car of Joe Nemechek. Well, Andy, how does this all factor in? We've got rain. It seems like you've got to stop for gas. Get us up to date.
Well, it is kind of complicated right now. We're going to be about 10 laps short under green, but it's, they're running under caution. If they kept doing that, we could make it all the way. I don't think they're going to do that. So if it stops raining, we go back racing, we'll pit with 1 to go, and don't know exactly what we'll do yet, but that's what we're faced with. And the cars ran great. Road put on, and everybody in Chevrolet. It's been a good day for us. We just hope we get a good finish out of it.
Andy, you guys have finished 11th 2 weeks in a row. Are you building momentum as this team's starting to turn the corner?
Yeah, we've struggled to try to gain momentum this year. We've got a good competitive car and a lot of races, and we've had some problems. We've wrecked a few cars, a couple motor problems, but we are on the roll right now, and hopefully we can keep going.
All right, thanks, Andy. Let's go to Ralph. Well, Jimmy Fennick has climbed down off the water wagon. Jimmy had a great run going, but it looks like the rain's going to cut you up just a little bit short, huh?
Yeah, we had them in position win this race with gas mileage. Car wasn't really that strong. At the end, we got it pretty close, but we're working on gas mileage to get it, but I don't look like we're going to get it today.
But still, a third-place finish right now here today will help you guys continue to climb back up into the points chase, won't it?
Yeah, it was a good day. The Valvoline team did an excellent job. Jack did good with his carburetors, and our program's getting better. I think we found some stuff. We went testing a couple weeks ago, and this team's really been working hard, and hopefully the back half season we can put it together.
There you see the red flag in hand. The caution is still being shown. The caution flies. That's Jimmy Howell, the chief starter for NASCAR's Winston Cup Series. The red flag does not come out until the last car that is rolling comes to a full stop. And you see the leaders are parked down in turn 1. At the back of the line, though, there are still a few machines rolling off of turn 4 and towards start-finish. And then again, David Hoots on the NASCAR radio will say, all right, Mr. Starter, put out the red, and that will happen as soon as Michael Waltrip's car comes to a stop. He says, display the red. The red is out. So at 4:53 p.m. Eastern Time, we've gone to red for the second time today, as once more rain is falling here at the New Hampshire International Speedway.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
Let's see. Maybe hornworms. Could be whiteflies. Are those Japanese beetles or aphids? Oh, I don't want to know them. I just want them gone.
Try Ortho Bug Be Gone, Pete.
Bug Be Gone?
The one spray that kills virtually every harmful outdoor bug.
Every bug?
Guaranteed. Even insects others don't.
The bugs have gone to heaven.
Got bugs? Leave it to Ortho. And only Ortho has lock and spray. So now applying Bug Be Gone is even easier.
In a race car like mine, the oil tank is right behind the seat. When the oil gets hot, you know about it. In California, the oil temp gauge is pegged at 340 degrees. Normal's around 220. Heat's coming off the oil tank behind the seat, burning your back. Man, you wonder if you're even going to make it to the finish. But Mobil 1 never gave up. Other oils, they might have cooked. Instead, what got cooked was me. I love winning, but doing it this way, man, I tell you, like my crew chief said on the radio, we owe this one to Mobil 1.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all Cornell A08 35,000-mile tires, 4 for $99. Futura 855 55,000-mile tires, 4 for $129. Or get our Futura 70,000-mile tires, all sizes, 4 for only $169.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Welcome back, everybody. The rain delay is underway for the second time today here at New Hampshire. The NASCAR Winston Cup drivers now being allowed to climb from their cars and walk over to both our reporters and the crew from MRN Radio. Tony Stewart's climbing from his machine. Mark Martin getting out of the Valvoline Cummings entry. Let's go back trackside now.
Well, Mark Martin is here with us. He has crawled out of the number 6. Mark, that car looked awfully strong. Was it good enough to win, do you think?
Easy. The guys in front of us had to stop, and we didn't. So, and, you know, everybody that could make it, we had covered real good. So we were sitting there cruising. The last set of tires we got on the car, we got the setup right, and we were cutting the best laps we'd run all day. And no problem going fuel, and the guys in front of us had to stop.
If this race doesn't get restarted, you have gone from first on the points all the way to 9th, back up to 7th, and closing in quickly on 6th. Are you feeling better about the performance of the team in general?
Hey, this team couldn't help it when parts broke and tires blew out and all that stuff. That wasn't their fault. You know, the performance of the team hasn't been the problem. We had bad luck 5 races in a row, and I guess sometimes your luck just goes that way.
I don't think these guys are done yet, Eli.
I don't think so, and if it doesn't resume, and if he finishes 3rd, it'll be his 4th straight top 5 finish. But, Dick, we talked about it earlier. I mean, you knew when he could go as long as he did earlier, you knew it was Mark Martin's race. Buddy, how about when you were racing? Did you have good luck or bad luck with rain?
Well, I had both. One time I won in Charlotte on a rain-shortened race. I will tell you, it paid the same thing as when I won it when the sun was out. So you have to be in position to win. You understand that. You have to be leading the race to win. But one time in Pocono, I got into the wall, followed the pace car all the way around, and we knew that if it restarted, I was done because right front was knocked back against the door panel. But we were hoping for rain, and all of a sudden the sun came out. They hooked the record to it, and I watched somebody else take a race that I had like a 12-second lead in.
You kind of feel for Mark Martin and Jimmy Fennig. They played their strategy beautifully today, and if it doesn't get going again, they'll come up shy. Steve, who have you got visiting with you?
That would be Mr. Earnhardt there, Eli. Dale, tell us about your afternoon here on this tough track.
Been up and down, really. Ran pretty good at times, but right now I just sort of holding Jarrett and him up, trying to stay in the dry tracks. I was really surprised NASCAR ran that long with the track that damp, and it was pretty wicked out there if you got out of the track. So we ran a good 15 laps there longer than I thought we would, but you know, we're trying to get the race in, I reckon, and trying to get everybody to go home. But we're just biding our time, really. I don't know if we're any better than these guys. Just we can hold them up right now, and we keep in front of them, we'll be all right. It's going to be close on gas.
Can you make it on gas?
Well, I don't know. If we go back green, we might have to do something. Might have to get 2 tires and some gas, but right now we're just going to, if we ride a lot more cautions, I think we could make it. But they say the rain's not far from here, the hard rain, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Dale. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Steve. The jet dryer, golly, I can't talk. What are they? Jet dryers, is that right, Tony? Tony Stewart has been kind enough to come over to us. Tony, I saw you looking heavenward there, looking for a little help from Mother Nature. You need it.
Well, I mean, it put us in the situation we're in. I mean, I don't think we can make it on the field. We're going to have to stop. So, you know, if we'd have came in like everybody else did, knew we were going to come back to green, we would have come in. But, you know, we didn't have that luxury of leading. I mean, you can't chance it. And, you know, we didn't know it was going to stop raining. So, the weather's put us in a bad position here. As far as I'm concerned right now, I can just pour rain right now.
Tony, you've had an awfully good race car all day, been obviously the dominant car. You were that way a couple of times here last year. Just haven't been able to get this thing to victory lane as many times here as what it looked like you would. You feel like this place owes you one?
I don't know. I mean, the way I look at it, no track ever owes you anything. I mean, you got to go out and earn it. And, you know, last year when we lost because of fuel, we didn't earn the win. And that's plain and simple. The track didn't owe us anything. It wasn't track's fault we didn't make it on fuel mileage. So, you know, we just got to go out and do what we can do. You know, we got a game plan on what happens if we do get back in the cars and get going again. And if it doesn't, then I don't mind not getting in it the rest of the day.
Okay, you can see he keeps looking heavenward, guys. He wants that rain. Here's Ralph.
Well, I'm with Jerry Nadeau, and this time I got the umbrella, okay? And he's currently fourth, but you were running third. How come he slipped back?
I let Mark go by. Our car's getting a little tight, and we're a fourth-place car. I mean, the guys have done an awesome job. This is the best we've ever run all year long. We've run great at Charlotte. We lost an engine, but this is probably one of our best performances all season. So I'm still pretty happy wherever we finish, even if it's top 5, top 10. At least we were here. We led a couple laps. We put some pressure on the leader, and whatever it gives us, that's what it'll give us.
How far away is this team from a win? I mean, you might finish fourth here today. What's missing from a points race win?
I don't know. We've had a strange season this year. We've had an up and down season. I guess you can say it was a Jerry Nadeau roller coaster year. We've had some great runs at a lot of places. You know, we're getting closer, and the way I look at it as a race team, you got to finish in the top 10 before you get a top 5. Once you get a top 5, you know, the win's right around the corner. So hopefully if we get a top 5 out here today with the MichaelHolland.com car, who knows, maybe next race at Pocono we'll get a win.
And Eli, remember this, if nothing else, he's also going to be the highest finishing Hendrick car. And when you're talking about finishing higher than a 3-time champion like Jeff Gordon and a 2-time champion like Terry Labonte, not a bad day.
No, it would also be his career best finish, Ralph, because he had that 5th at Watkins Glen last year, and if he stays where he is, he'll come home in 4th today. You know who's going to end up being the big loser in all of this deal? Well, 2 guys, actually. Kenny Schrader, remember, he was running well, came in and pitted. He was in at lap 251, and he is now in 40th place earlier. He'd moved up to 23rd. But, I mean, here's a guy who will drop significantly. And Sterling Marlin in the Coors machine. He was 7th. He came in for his pit stop and is now 25th. So you have Schrader from 5th to 23rd. Marlin from 7th to 25th. So